here in a country that can barely feed itself. People are starving because of this civil war.
Yeah, can you mention the humanitarian crisis and concerns out in the Sudan on this Friday morning? We've been hearing it for several weeks with the as they share their latest reports every single morning. But you also mentioned the climate as well, tense times in this area. How does this group move forward? How do the Sudanese people move forward when you have two military factions at odds, also with that looming humanitarian crisis and just violent terrorism, rape, and other horrible things that you just mentioned?
Yeah. Since the Civil War had, this is the control of Khartoum, but RSP is still very much a viable force that will likely mount up an attack again against the military forces here in Khartoum, the governmental forces in Khartoum. So this has not ended. This is just a temporary new solution to who controls Khartoum, but I don't see this war ending anytime soon because you still have two very, very viable forces fighting one another. It's not as if one has totally defeated the other. They've just taken over control of Khartoum. What probably needs to happen is for outside forces to come in and try to restore some peace here. You know, the U.S. has been there before. We see Al-Shabaab, we see Al-Qaeda, we see a lot of different forces here, terrorist forces that have been fighting throughout Central Africa. And so how that will play into this, it's not clear to me.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much a wait and see game. Ken Gray, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your thoroughness, your perspective, and expertise on this breaking news topic. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
This Friday morning, we are also keeping a close eye on other parts of the Middle East right now, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. Cloudy and overcast conditions there on this Friday as we are keeping a watchful eye on Middle East conflict, learning the latest of that ceasefire, which is now null and void, as many hostage families are waking up, still holding on to hope that Hamas will eventually release their loved ones, dead or alive, as we've seen many times. The families, even if their loved ones are not alive, they're still demanding those bodies so they can have a proper funeral. Let's head out to Tel Aviv, Israel right now and check in with the Israeli government to get their latest update on the conflict with Israel and Hamas.
Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Office of the Prime Minister. This Thursday, the 20th of March, it's day 531 of the October 7th war. I'll give you a very quick update from me and then we'll get straight to your questions. We've got time for a few. Firstly, to start with, 2 hours ago, sirens sounded across central Israel as 3 rockets were fired from southern Gaza towards Gush Dan and Hashfilah here in Israel. Our Air Force intercepted 1 and 2 landed in open areas. And at 4 a.m. this morning, in the middle of the night, Israel time, Iran-backed Houthi terrorists in Yemen resumed their attacks, launching a missile towards Israel, intercepted before entering our airspace. Another attempt the night before was also thwarted. Let me be clear. Islamists, Hamas, and the Houthis, guided by Iran, firing rockets at civilians, aiming for maximum civilian casualties, is a war crime. Since October 7th, the Houthis have launched hundreds of attacks on Israeli cities. The IDF and our US allies have struck back and will continue to do so forcefully and decisively. If they are not deterred, they will be defeated forcefully and decisively. Next to Gaza, I can tell you that Israel is intensifying the fight against Hamas. The IDF has renewed targeted ground operations, securing key areas up to the center of the Netzarim axis. Our forces now control central and southern Gaza, expanding the security zone and creating a partial buffer between north and south. Since fighting resumed, the IDF has struck Hamas and other terror targets across Gaza. Our armed forces have eliminated Hamas's Gaza prime minister, senior political figures, mid-level commanders, and many terrorists. But also weapons depots, launch sites, vessels, and terror infrastructure have been destroyed. Israel is fighting to achieve its war goals, returning all of our hostages, dismantling Hamas's military and governing capabilities, and removing the terrorist threat from Gaza. Hamas forced this escalation. It rejected every hostage deal, including the offers mediated by the US and others. So that means that 59 hostages remain captive, and we are committed to bringing them all home. Iran's proxies openly seek Israel's destruction. We will not tolerate ongoing threats to our existence. As the Prime Minister has said very, very clearly, Israel will fight and Israel will win. Hamas started this war murdering, raping and kidnapping our people. While Israel held fire for 2 weeks in these during this negotiation period, we had hope that Hamas, unfortunately, has refused every offer for our hostages. Now we act. We target terrorists, not civilians. Every innocent life lost is on Hamas's account. Every innocent life lost is Hamas's doing. To the people of Gaza, we say very clearly, stay away from Hamas, move to safer areas. And this message has been given in Arabic by the IDF. With the unwavering US support, we will bring our people home and we will destroy Hamas, and we will not stop until Israel secures peace, prosperity, and a future of hope. Okay, that's the end of our briefing here today. I will now take a few of your questions. Please put them in the chat together with your news outlet. First question I can see here is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. A report by ABC News indicates that Israel is dropping leaflets in Gaza suggesting that residents should prepare to leave and that Israel is implementing President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza. Is that true? Thank you for that question, Joel. I can confirm that this is fake news. It's been confirmed as fake news for a couple of weeks now, and it is not the case. Next, question from Leo Soroka at the Washington Post. Can you comment on scenes from Jerusalem of protesters and police, including opposition member and the head of politicians in Israel being caught up in the protests? Thank you for that question, Lior. I haven't got anything to comment on that point that you make. And a final question here is from Mark Weiss at Khan English News. Bearing in mind the large number of cancellations, is Israel considering cancelling next week's anti-Semitism conference in Jerusalem? Thanks for that question, Mark. For any questions about the anti-Semitism conference, you should go directly to the Ministry of the Diaspora, who are running that conference. Okay, my friends, I think I've answered all your questions. There's further questions here which are the same question that we've already been asked, one by Jason Perry. I've already answered that question. That was fake news. We talked about those false leaflets we're talking about. In the meantime, I've answered all your questions. Thank you for joining us today. We'll have another briefing next week. In the meantime, you can get in touch for any questions, for any interview requests. Please do stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, so you just heard in full the latest from the Israeli government. They gave an update on the ceasefire and the looming hostage situation on this Friday morning. Hostages still in Hamas captivity. As we give you a live look, southern Israel looking into a cloudy and overcast Gaza. on this Friday morning. We're also getting a live look out in Jerusalem on this Friday as well. The Associated Press saying we are getting a live look as Muslims gather to attend Third Friday prayers during Ramadan there at a mosque in Jerusalem. 6:15 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to London, giving you a live look outside of Heathrow's airport there as we are following breaking news. The latest details in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. On this Friday, we are following breaking news, which takes us out to London, England, learning this Friday morning that London's Heathrow Airport is closed all day today due to a power outage. This is the very latest information, courtesy of Heathrow Airport on X. I'm going to drop that banner so you can see it in full. They say, quote, due to a fire at an electrical substation supplying the airport, Heathrow is experiencing a significant power outage. To maintain the safety of our passengers and colleagues, Heathrow will be closed until March 21st. They say 23 hours, 59 minutes. Passengers are advised not to travel to the airport. Of course, there is a time delay, so please provide that into perspective. I want to share with you the latest video, which brings us to why all of this happened. Again, Britain's Heathrow Airport closed all day today after a fire at a nearby electrical substation knocked out its power, disrupting flights for hundreds of thousands of passengers at Europe's busiest travel hub. AP reporting on this Friday, at least 1,350 flights to and from Heathrow are affected. Flight tracking service Flight Radar 24 confirming that, also saying that the impact was likely to last several days as passengers tried to reschedule their travel. Some 120 flights were in the air when the closure was announced, with some turned around and others diverted to Gatwick Airport outside of London, as well as Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris and Ireland's Shannon Airport. Tracking services confirming that to AP. So this is a developing situation. We know the fire at a power station about 2 miles from the airport was brought under control about 7 hours after it erupted in a ball of flames, that coming from the London Fire Brigade. So you're seeing the flames as we got this video in early this Friday morning. Right now, I want to show you what it looks like live here at 6:19 on the East Coast. You can see there's still plumes of smoke there, but it does seem like the fire is contained, but you do see fire personnel. They are still out there on this Friday just to get more under control. We're also learning from AP the fire also knocked out a backup generator supply to the airport. Heathrow saying in a statement that the fire had given it no choice but to close the airport for the day. Now, to provide some perspective of Heathrow's airport, if you've never been there in London, Heathrow is one of the world's busiest airports for international travel. It had its busiest January on record earlier this year with more than 6.3 million passengers, up more than 5% from the same period last year. January was also the 11th month in a row that it averaged over 200,000 passengers a day, with the airport citing transatlantic travel as a key contributor. So if you're waking up and you live out there in the UK and you're heading to the airport, please don't, as London's Heathrow Airport is closed today due to a power outage. They also have it blocked off. Here's a live look as you would travel to the airport. You can see how emergency vehicles do have cones out as they are surveying the area and making sure that those traveling to the airport do not impact this investigation. This is a developing story, so make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. 6:21 here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of your Friday morning. .23 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are getting a live event into our Live Now from Fox feeds. I want to share it with you now. It does take us out to Greece. Right now, we are live from the morning session of the third day of the 144th International Olympic Committee session. It is being held in Greece. Several speakers for the IOC on day 3, including Thomas Bach and elected new IOC president, Kirsty Coventry. Let's watch and listen in.
And nature, humanity in perfect harmony. This is where the new world was born. Santo Domingo, the first city of the Americas, home to the first cathedral, first university, and the iconic colonial zone. But the Dominican Republic is more than history. It is a land of treasures. Lariman, the rare blue stone found only here, and the Dominican amber, preserving stories millions of years old. Our beaches are world famous. White sand in crystal clear waters. But beyond the coast, the heart of the island rises. Constanza's Valley, at Was Blancas Waterfall, and the mighty Pico Duarte, the tallest peak in the Caribbean. And when it comes to our people, one thing is certain. We are born to fight, to persevere, to win. Felipe Sanchez, at the storyline. The Dominican Republic has never won an Olympic gold. The gunshot fired. Seconds turn into history. Gold. We were no longer just participants. We were champions. And we never look back. Paris 2024. Marilady Paulino stepped onto the track running for every dreamer. She ran not just for herself, but for every Dominican who ever dared to dream. And we got gold again. Every Summer Olympics since 2004, we've brought home a medal. From one champion to another, our legacy is written in gold. We are the heartbeat of merengue and bachata, music that carries out our spirit worldwide. A powerhouse in baseball, boxing, taekwondo, and weightlifting. Crafting world-renowned golf courses, tobacco, coffee, and cacao. Fastest growing economy in the Caribbean. 5% GDP growth projected for 2025. 10 million tourists in 2023. 7 billion in export from free trade zones. A nation of innovation, ambition, unstoppable momentum. The Dominican Republic is history, nature, culture, progress. A place to explore, feel, and live unforgettable experiences. Welcome to the heart of the Caribbean. Welcome to the Dominican Republic.
Estimado presidente y miembros
Dear President,
del Comité Olímpico,
members of the International Olympic Committee,
el Comité Olímpico Dominicano
the Dominican Olympic Committee
del Deporte Nacional, fundado en 1900,
represents an organization set up in 1946. And we have 79 years of existence. On the 26th of May, 1954, we are affiliated to the International Olympic Committee. And we're also a full member of the Association of the ANOC committees, Central Caribbean Sport, and to the Association of the Caribbean Olympic Committees. We have a reputation of sport in the Dominican Republic, and we have been able to organize Central American Caribbean Games in '74 and 1986. And we've also organized the Pan Am Games in 2003. Our history has a history of 15 medals. 4 gold medals, 5 silver medals, and 6 bronze medals. The support of the Dominican government has been fundamental in this endeavor. We have an alliance of solidarity and marked by respect. In the same way, we have been able to count on the support of our alliances with the private sector. We've got the CRESO program, which promotes the Olympic dream. We believe in alliances which will allow us to promote success. And with the support of CRESO and our government, we are engaged, and we wanted to be able to continue to develop the spirit of the Olympic Games. We are a small country from an Olympic point of view, but our heart is very large, and our determination will allow us to really meet very large challenges. We have gained the respect of the region, and we have carried out our work with dedication. The Dominican society is passionate about sport. It practices and carries out sport intensively. The Dominican population believes that sport is part of its existence. It is part of its national identity and part of its day-to-day culture. It believes that this is a fundamental value, and it provides strength in order to be able to move forward. Now, I'd like to introduce somebody who's marked the path of our medal winners. Somebody who has really allowed us to believe in the dreams of gold and that those dreams were possible. Our first gold medal winner, Felix Sanchez. Thank you very much.
Good morning, President of the International Olympic Committee and esteemed IOC members. I'm Felix Sanchez, two-time Olympic champion, and it's an immense honor to speak to you today. It's hard to believe that it's been more than 20 years have passed since I won my country's first gold medal at the 2004 Athens Olympics. And it's good to be back in Greece. Being here feels surreal. As I reflected on my journey, I remember how I first dreamt of becoming Olympic champion for the Dominican Republic. It transformed not only my life, but the lives of countless athletes back home. We once approached the Olympic Games happy to participate. Yet that defining moment in Athens ignited a flame within the Olympic movement in the Dominican Republic, a spark that inspired our athletes to reach for medals and dream bigger. And since that golden night, we have earned at least one medal in every Olympic Games, embedding the Olympic spirit into our sporting culture. And just last year, Marilady Paulino became our first female Olympic champion and broke the Olympic record. And this transformation from mere participants to hopefuls, from medalists to record holders has been profound. The Olympics has provided our small nation with a platform to dream, inspire, and share joy, turning cheers into tears of happiness. And while we may be small in size, we make up for it with heart and passion. Today, I invite you to bring your IOC session to the Dominican Republic and beautiful Punta Cana, and come witness the joy on the faces of Dominicans when they hear the mention of the Olympic Games and remember our past medalists. And on behalf of past, present, and future Olympians, especially those from the Dominican Republic, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the International Olympic Committee for allowing us to chase our dreams. I look forward to welcoming you to Punta Cana in 2027. Thank you.
A tropical masterpiece, where nature, luxury, and world-class hospitality create an unmatched experience. It is known for breathtaking beaches, crystal clear waters, and endless palm-lined shores. From the moment you arrive at the Punta Cana International Airport, you are welcomed by an architectural masterpiece. It is the only airport in the region with a VIP terminal featuring an infinity pool overlooking the runway. Punta Cana stands out because it combines natural beauty with world-class amenities, making it a playground for both luxury travelers and nature lovers. Pristine white sand beaches, over 30 miles of powdery white sand, 5-star beachfront resorts with luxury villas, infinity pools, and gourmet dining. PGA Championship golf courses, including Corales and Punta Espada, offering breathtaking ocean-front holes. A proven track record in hosting world-class events. For years, Punta Cana has welcomed leaders, visionaries, and world-class athletes to experience its excellence. An experience like no other. From sunrise walks along pristine beaches to world-class venues designed for unforgettable moments, Punta Cana offers seamless organization, breathtaking scenery, and a warm hospitality that turn every event into a remarkable experience. Get ready to discover a place where every detail is designed to impress. Welcome to Punta Cana.
Good morning. Good morning, President Bach, dear IOC members. As you can see, Punta Cana is a magical place, and we're all waiting for you. We propose hosting the IOC session next in 2027 in April or May, when our weather is at its best, perfect temperatures, clear skies, and an unforgettable settings. Punta Cana is one of the best connected destinations in the Caribbean. 70 airports worldwide offer direct flights to the Punta Cana airport, and over 620 flights with one-stop connections. 67% of all flights and passengers in the Dominican Republic pass through the Punta Cana airport, making it the leading and fastest growing airport in the Caribbean. And once you land, your experience will be seamless. A 25-minute scenic ride takes you straight to the official IOC hotel. We have chosen the Lopesan Costa Bávaro Resort, which is a 5-star beachfront resort, and it will be the home of the IOC members during that session. It offers a stunning blend of modern elegance and Caribbean beauty. Private pools, white sandy beaches, and world-class dining ensure an exceptional stay. Designed for both relaxation and productivity, making it the ideal and excellent setting for the IOC. For the opening ceremony, we have selected a venue that reflects the grandeur of the event. A world-class venue designed for unforgettable moments. Located within the Lopesan Costa Bávaro Resort, it offers an ideal access for the IOC members. And it is a state-of-the-art facility, fully air-conditioned amphitheater, with a capacity of 820 seats, ensuring a spectacular opening event. For the IOC session itself, we propose the Barceló Bávaro Convention Center, the most advanced conference venue in the Dominican Republic. It is the largest convention center in the country, offering about 125 square feet of event space. 13 multi-purpose rooms configurable into 20 halls with a capacity of up to 5,000 attendees. And it is just 9 minutes from the official hotel. We have the accessibility, the infrastructure, and the experience to host a successful IOC session. We have a strong history in the Dominican Republic of hosting high-level international events. In recent years, we have successfully organized the 2024 Inter-American Development Bank Annual Meeting, the 28th Ibero-American Summit of Heads of State and Government, and in December of this year, we will be hosting the Summit of the Americas with hopefully most of the heads of state of the Americas attending. We also count on the full support of the Dominican government and its institutions to facilitate and dedicate the exclusive connections for this event. Punta Cana is more than a destination. It is a place where meaningful connections will be made and where the Olympic spirit will be celebrated. Punta Cana is ready to host you. And now I have the pleasure to leave you with a message of the President of the Dominican Republic, the Honorable President Luis Abinader.
Distinguido presidente del Comité Olímpico Internacional,
Distinguished President of the IOC,
es un honor dirigirme a ustedes en mi
it's an honor to address you as the President of the Dominican Republic and offer you the warmest welcome to our land. The Dominican Republic is a nation of great athletes, great artists, great entrepreneurs, and above all, a great people with an unparalleled spirit of hospitality. We're also the epicenter of major global events. Our strategic location, our world-class culture, and our organizational experience established us as the ideal destination to host large international events. But beyond being a spectacular destination, we're a safe country, socially stable, and with a constantly growing economy. Our stability and development make us an ideal place for investment, tourism, and sports. On behalf of our entire country, it is an honor for us to have the opportunity to host the IOC 2027 session in Punta Cana, an event of great importance for the future of the Olympic movement and the global development of sports. Punta Cana is not just a destination, it is an unparalleled experience, a paradise where the sun shines all year round, with white sandy beaches, crystal clear waters, and world-class infrastructure, ready to welcome the most distinguished visitors. Here, hospitality is our trademark. We take pride in opening our doors to welcome the leaders of the Olympic movement in an environment that combines natural beauty with innovation and excellence in service. From business events to world-class sporting events, the Dominican Republic has proven its ability to host unforgettable experiences. The IOC 2027 session in Punta Cana will be a unique opportunity to strengthen the values of Olympism in a destination that lives sports with passion and commitment. From the Dominican Republic, we extend an invitation with an open heart. Welcome to our land. Welcome to the Dominican Republic, and we'll see you in Punta Cana. As you have seen, dear colleagues,
So an exciting time out in Greece, the International Olympic Committee, they're holding day 3 of their sessions, and an exciting time for Punta Cana as they are expected to hold the 2027 Olympics. So an exciting time there for the Dominican Republic, and that's what they are speaking about right now in Greece. On the right side of your screen, continuing to follow breaking news out in London. On this Friday morning, learning that a fire at a substation has shut down London's Heathrow Airport. All flights are canceled there on this Friday, so make sure you are keeping a close eye on that. And then that bottom box, the protests continue out in the Middle East this morning. Yesterday, we saw protests in the middle of the street that turned violent with local authorities. Right now, a protest outside of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's home in Jerusalem. 6:42 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 6:44 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines of the day. Now taking you out to the Big Apple, giving you a beautiful skyline shot there on this Friday, as we're learning that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has some announcements, as today was supposed to be the day that congestion pricing ended per the Trump administration. But now they're issuing a 30-day extension. Fox 5 New York's Haley Fixler joining us live this morning to break down the latest on this topic. Haley, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, that extension is to continue the discussions between New York leaders and the federal government. Now, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, he made the announcement about the extension yesterday on social media. Now, he also said New York is now on notice, and he called Governor Kathy Hochul's failure to comply with ending congestion pricing, quote, disrespectful and unacceptable. So take a look at the social media post. Duffy says that the high tolls are a slap in the face to hardworking Americans. He also called congestion pricing, quote, an unlawful pricing scheme. Duffy says the 30-day extension is to allow those discussions to continue, adding the billions of dollars the federal government sends to New York is not a blank check. Quote, continued non-compliance will not be taken lightly. Now, those funds were also mentioned in a video message from Duffy, who slammed the MTA. He spoke about the violent crime on the subways, saying that the federal funding is contingent on officials keeping New Yorkers safe on public transportation. Now, this comes despite claims from Mayor Eric Adams, the NYPD, and the MTA that subway crime is dropping.
And we can't consider the subway a subway and not a homeless shelter. We're going to pull your money. And it's not just New York. It'll be Chicago. It'll be Washington, D.C.
Sources reportedly say that Hochul is already looking to up taxes to fund the MTA in the event the Trump administration does in fact pull funding. Now, that would create an even bigger financial hole. Now, this would be the second time in 3 years that potentially the payroll mobility tax may increase. Apparently, the goal would be to leverage that money to borrow more money to try and close that $35 billion gap in capital improvement plan. Hochul did not include an MTA funding proposal in the state budget in January, nor did state legislators. So meanwhile, Hochul is adamant that congestion pricing cameras will stay on. A representative for her office says they saw Duffy's tweet and it doesn't change anything for them. The MTA reports the tolls brought in $50 million in the first month. Officials also say there were 60,000 fewer vehicles a day heading into the congestion zone. That is a 10% drop. And of course, it's still a highly controversial subject. Earlier this week, MTA Chairman Janno Lieber, he said that nothing is going to change and that he is confident that there won't be a rollback on congestion pricing because they previously did get federal approval. Now, we do know that Governor Hochul is set to make an announcement this morning about congestion pricing, and of course, we'll keep you posted. Live on the East Side, back to you.
All right, Haley Fixler with Fox 5 New York, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. Have a great rest of your day. And again, as Haley mentioned, we are expected to get more from New York Governor Kathy Hochul on this Friday morning. The timing of that has yet to be released. But again, on your screen right now, the latest from Secretary Sean Duffy says, quote, at Governor Kathy Hochul, the federal government and POTUS are putting New York on notice. Your refusal to end cordon pricing and your open disrespect towards the federal government is unacceptable, just as your high tolls and no free road option are a slap in the face to hard-working people. It goes on to say that you can see that full statement on Secretary Sean Duffy's X page, formerly known as Twitter. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we'll have more on this trending topic of congestion pricing. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Friday morning. Right now, we are staying on topic of the congestion pricing. A lot of back and forth from both sides of the aisle with the Trump administration, but also with New Yorkers. New York officials providing an update on the latest of the congestion pricing deadline. Let's take a listen.
The MTA are illegal and bogus. Second, history shows that denying the MTA money will only exacerbate crime and make New Yorkers less safe. And third, a real subway safety plan requires ending street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, not just sweeping it around, as Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, and Donald Trump all propose to do. So first, let's be clear. Trump's threats are both illegal and entirely bogus. The federal government owes the MTA $2 billion in federal formula funding. And US DOT and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and whoever else they trot out, they do not have the legal authority to withhold funding based on fake new rules that they make up. And let's be clear, subway crime data has been public for years. It is already public today. This is all just pretext to wreak havoc with New York, much like Trump's illegal attempt to reverse congestion pricing and deny $15 billion that we have secured to make the subway more efficient, more accessible, and safer. The first investments of that $15 billion that New Yorkers see will be subway platform barriers that keep people from getting pushed, will be new station gates that cut down on fare evasion, in addition to the longer-term investments that are so critical in elevators that make stations accessible and signal modernization that helps the trains come on time. Second, history shows denying the MTA money would only exacerbate crime and harm New Yorkers. And we've seen this in the long history that we all go back in on the subway. Back in September of 1979, the subway system experienced approximately 250 felonies a week, around 13,000 felonies annually, making the subway notorious for being then a crime-ridden mass transit system. And at the same time that crime wave hit, the 1970s fiscal crisis led to deferred maintenance, creating track fires, power outages, and decrepit equipment. How did all that happen? Well, the federal government withdrew funding that the city's subway system relied on. Ronald Reagan sought to end federal support for transit operations and further decreased all federal spending on transit. And the results were not surprising. Service continued to decline, and crime numbers stayed high. The combo of crime and crappy service in the 1970s led to a downward spiral of anemic ridership, revenue losses, and New Yorkers' fears. Thankfully, in the decades that followed, things turned around, and by the 2010s, the MTA had made its way up, with transit ridership reaching an all-time high in 2019, with almost 1.7 billion total rides, and crime went down significantly to only 935 violent index crimes in that year. Unfortunately, that was at the same time that then Governor Cuomo mismanaged MTA finances, raiding hundreds of millions of dollars in funds that had been designated for bus and subway improvements, creating new budget caps that caused the summer of hell and diminished subway service. And then Cuomo cut another $261 million from the MTA's operating budget. Then, as you all know, the pandemic hits, and we see felony assaults and homicides rise to their highest level since 1997. Last year in 2024, the system recorded 573 felony assaults and 10 murders. What we need to do to make the subway safer is invest in it and and end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, on investing in the subways. What we have here today is the coalition of advocates and strap hangers and public servants who fought tirelessly through all those decades to rescue the MTA from the brink of financial collapse by making congestion pricing a reality and building a broad plan to invest the capital needed in the subway system to deliver high-quality service, to modernize the signal systems, to make our stations accessible, and to invest in the fare gates and platform barriers that help make it safer. And so I want to salute all of them, and you're going to hear from some of them in just a minute, as the folks who have done the hard work to win the investments in the subway that make it efficient, that make it accessible, that make it safe. And you all know this because you're reporting it now every day, but congestion pricing has been such an important part of making that work. Data since the cameras have been turned on show that traffic is down with 1 million fewer vehicles entering the most congested parts of Manhattan since January 5th. Trip times have surged to anywhere from 10% to 40% faster. And the city has seen a surge in subway ridership, growing by 7.3% on weekdays and 12% on the weekends over the year before. That is the congestion pricing dividend: more investment in the subways, more riders on the subways, less traffic for New York City. Congestion pricing has become our city's best tool for funding those essential upgrades to the subway system. And if history shows, those subway investments will continue to bring improved service and bring down crime. Governor Hochul and the MTA know this, and we're encouraged by their strong defense of the congestion pricing program. And the legislature knows it as well, and we are counting on Albany to deliver the capital that makes it possible to move forward with the investments in the subway system that will continue to improve it and make it safe. But of course, that is made much harder by illegal and bogus threats from Washington that threaten as a pretext to take funding away from the MTA that the federal government does not have the legal authority to do, and that just serve to rattle sabers. Finally, a real subway safety plan requires ending street homelessness for people with mental illness, not just sweeping it around, as Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, and Donald Trump are all proposing. I want to just talk for a minute about the homeless sweeps that we just got new data that 3,500 homeless people were displaced in recent months to temporary, from the places that they were sleeping. But the data is stunning. Fewer than 5% even went into shelter for one night. 95% of people just moved to a different location on the subway or on the stoops of the buildings or on the streets of our neighborhoods. And out of those 3,500 people, 0 of them got connected to permanent housing. Nearly 80% of the places where the sweeps took place were places that had been swept before. So all that is being done is to move people from place to place, from subway to street, to hospital to jail, and back again, failing to actually address the problem and get people off the subways, off the streets, into housing and services in a way that'll make them safer and keep our subways safer. There is, of course, an essential role for police officers to play in keeping the subways and our streets safe. There is, of course, a role for involuntary hospitalization, and I support efforts to make that somewhat more flexible so that when people are a danger to themselves or others, they can get the care that they need. But let's be clear, the only way to have folks who are mentally ill and homeless not riding the rails, not on the subways, not on our streets, ultimately, is to connect them to housing with services. That's what Housing First policies do, like they have in Denver and Salt Lake City and Houston. It is not what Housing Last policies do, and that's what Donald Trump is doing, trying to destroy the resources, not just for the subways, but for the housing and services that get folks off it. And that's what politicians do, who put housing last rather than put it first as part of an essential plan to make our subways safer. So you're going to hear today from a great elected official who I'm going to introduce in a moment, and then to several of our great public transit advocates, again, about why these Trump threats are illegal and entirely pretextual, and about why history shows investing in the subways is what makes them safer. It is now my pleasure to introduce one of the great champions for federal funding for transportation. He has rightly become known for his leadership in support of constitutional democracy and his role as the chair of the Judiciary Committee. But I think of him first and foremost as a transit advocate and a transportation advocate, because as he was rising up in Congress, he was not only rising up in the Judiciary Committee, but on infrastructure and transportation as well. Someone who, long before others were, was talking about the need for more attention to cross-harbor rail freight, and someone who always has been fighting for the investments in mass transit, in our subways and buses that New Yorkers need, a great champion on congestion pricing, a great champion on the large-scale projects of federal funding that have been critical investments, and a great champion of federal funding for the MTA. And at this moment, when Donald Trump is every day making assaults on constitutional democracy, and now making assaults on our mass transit system, honestly, there will be no better person in the whole country to talk about the critical connection to fighting to preserve New York City's investments in mass transit as part of preserving the democracy that it all rests on. And therefore, it is my great delight to introduce Congressmember Jerry Nadler.
Thank you, Brad. I think that introduction was probably almost as long as my remarks. Good morning to everyone. Thank you to Comptroller Brad Lander for gathering us here, and to my fellow elected officials and advocates who have taken to the streets today to send a clear message to President Trump. New York supports congestion pricing, and it's working. Let me be clear. These attacks on congestion pricing are an attack on New York's sovereignty. New York has the right to govern itself, to implement policies that improve the lives of its residents, and to make decisions that benefit our infrastructure and our economy. Congestion pricing has undergone extensive environmental review. It has grown increasingly popular since being implemented in January. It has withstood a barrage of litigation in the courts and has been upheld every time. President Trump can't stop losing in court, and he knows he will lose again over congestion pricing. That's why he and his reality star turned Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy want to strong-arm us by threatening to cut funding for the MTA instead. Never mind the fact that the Federal Highway Administration already granted approval to congestion pricing. The notion of revoking approval for a federal initiative of this magnitude is nearly without precedent. I firmly believe that there is no legal basis for the Trump administration to unilaterally halt this program. The value pricing program is solidly established under federal law, and its approval cannot be arbitrarily revoked, especially when it is clearly delivering tangible benefits. Simply put, congestion pricing is no different than New Jersey's ability to set toll.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening to the very latest from New York officials as they discuss the congestion pricing deadline. Again, the very latest on this, we just heard from Fox 5 New York's Haley Fixler, as today was supposed to be the day that congestion pricing ended, according to the Trump administration, but now they are issuing a 30-day extension. 7:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to London, as we are getting word a press conference is about to get underway. It's breaking news we've been following this Friday morning as it relates to all flights being canceled at London's Heathrow Airport. The very latest when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Gina Francine. On this Friday, we continue to follow breaking news, which takes us out to London's Heathrow Airport. If you're just now tuning in, I want to share with you the very latest information. Taking a look at your screen, you can see emergency personnel on this Friday. They continue to block off the entrances to London's Heathrow Airport, as we are learning that a fire at a substation has made it to where no flights can happen on this Friday. I want to share with you the very latest from British Airways, courtesy of a statement on X. They say, quote, due to a power outage in the London Heathrow area, London Heathrow Airport is currently closed. As a result, customers due to travel from Heathrow on Friday are advised not to travel to the airport until further notice. This will clearly have a significant impact on our operation and our customers, and we are working as quickly as possible to update them on their travel options for the next 24 hours and beyond. If you're wondering what led to all of this, I want to share with you the latest video that we have courtesy of our content partners at Fox News Edge. Take a look at your screen. This is the fire that broke out at that electrical substation that did lead to the closure of the airport at London's Heathrow. And this is how it looks right now. So you can see the blaze not as ignited, but definitely still a concern on this Friday. We just have the very latest now saying that fire officials are giving an update out in London with the latest information for passengers. Let's listen in.
The incident caused London Heathrow to close the airport and planes to be rerouted. We continue to work very closely with our partners to minimise disruption. 10 fire engines, 2 bulk foam units and 1 high-volume pump were on scene at the peak of this incident. This equates to approximately 70 London Fire Brigade personnel. Firefighters safely evacuated 29 people from neighbouring properties, and as a precaution, a 200-metre cordon was established. Working with the Metropolitan Police Service, around 150 people were evacuated to a rest centre. The first appliance was on scene within 5 minutes of mobilisation. LFB will continue to maintain an operational response at the scene throughout the day, assisting the national grid as they assess the site and attempt to restore power. LFB has been actively engaged in securing access for specialist power network engineers into the site, as we appreciate the restoration of power is our priority. London Fire Brigade has fire safety and fire investigation officers working with our scientific advisors and the Metropolitan Police to investigate the cause of the fire. Disruption is expected to continue, and we urge people to avoid the area where possible. I would like to conclude by taking this opportunity to thank firefighters and control officers for their courage and professionalism to bring this incident under control in what were very challenging circumstances. Happy to take any question.
Hi there, Sky News. How are you monitoring the air quality in the area?
So we've got scientific advisors on site as we speak who are constantly monitoring the air quality, and I'm pleased to say at the moment there are no issues with the air quality as we stand, and we expect that to continue.
Robert Wright from the Financial Times. The Times newspaper. The Times is reporting that anti-terror police are looking at this as a possible terrorism-related incident. Can you comment on that?
Well, as you'll appreciate, I won't be able to comment on the investigations of the Metropolitan Police. All I can say is the Metropolitan Police are investigating the cause of this fire, ably assisted by our fire investigation officers, and we will, of course, assist with that process.
Yeah. I just told Channel 4 News. Residents here said it was taking a long time for them to get out. Can you just tell me how long you took to get these people out of their homes?
Well, the first thing that the crews had to do when they arrived was also to bring the situation under control and to put a cordon in place to stop the situation becoming even worse. Our priority in all of these circumstances is always to save and protect life, so any decision to hold residents back would have been taken by the incident commanders to ensure their safety and enable our crews to bring the incident under control.
And what can you tell us about this just acrid smell in the air and the back of the throat? You're saying that the air quality is fine. It doesn't seem it standing here.
No, well, the way the air... So we have very, very good scientific advisors who advise us to make sure that we are doing what we need to ensure the quality of the air. Now, as we stand at the moment, the foam blanket that we've been able to put onto the fuel that was on fire has contained that. And yes, there is still a smell in the air, but the safety of the air has been given the all clear by our scientific advice. We'll continue to monitor that and make sure that people have the reassurance that they need.
Has there been a fire at the substation here before?
I'm afraid I'm unaware of any history with this particular site.
And in terms of Heathrow Airport and there not being any sort of backup for the power there, can you sort of comment on why that might be?
Well, as you'll appreciate, there'll be a full debrief of this incident that will involve all of the partners that were part of this incident, and all of those questions will be raised during that debrief, so I'm unable to comment further on that point.
Are you able to estimate the cost of the fire?
I'm afraid I'm unable to give that detail.
How long will it take?
So as we stand at the moment, about 10% is still burning. We've got a foam layer that's on the fuel as we speak, and that is having the desired impact in terms of reducing the temperature of the fire. And we're now working with the National Grid and with SSE to make sure that we can restore power as soon as possible. So as we stand at the moment, this is one of those types of fire that burns for a significant period of time.
Because of the cooling?
Because of what we have to do is cool that down, and it's the nature of the cooling agent or the oil that was on fire, and that takes time to bring that under control. However, we are confident that we can work with our partners to restore power as soon as possible.
Do you have any hazmat officers? I mean, are there any hazardous materials on there that we need to be concerned about?
So no, so it goes back to the question around the air quality. So that's why we've got our scientific advisors on scene who constantly monitor the air quality to ensure that everyone has the reassurance that the air that you're breathing at the moment is safe.
So
and
there's
at the moment,
hazmat need here?
So we do have hazmat officers here just to maintain our confidence in our ability to deal with anything should it erupt again. But as we stand at the moment, the fire is under control, the air quality is good, and we don't anticipate any further safety issues for members of the public.
Just one more question, guys. Sorry, one more question. You've got to go.
You've spoken about your team working tirelessly through the night. I just wonder, were any firefighters or indeed any people here injured by the blaze?
So I'm pleased to report, as we stand at the moment, no one has been injured. Our firefighters, as you can imagine, worked incredibly hard in what were very, very arduous circumstances to bring the incident under control, but they did so professionally, they did so safely, and we don't have any injuries to report either to members of the public or to our firefighting crews. Apologies, everyone, that's the last question I'm able to take, but thank you very much for your question. Thank you.
So that was the very latest from London fire officials giving an update after a fire at a substation closes London's Heathrow Airport right now. You're getting a live look at that substation. Smoke still there, and fire crews there working to make sure it doesn't ignite again. 7:15 here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol on this Friday morning as we're following the very latest, learning that President Donald Trump has signed an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Well, without an act of Congress, the president can't eliminate the department, but his move shifts nearly all of its responsibility to the states. Right now, we want to head out to the Peach State of Georgia and check in with Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner, joining us live this Friday morning with reaction from Georgia State and local educators. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And probably shouldn't be a surprise that while many are applauding the president's decision, there are others who are condemning it. One thing, though, seems to be the case, at least when it comes to Georgia educators, is that they seem to agree that this leaves them with an awful lot of uncertainty.
Begin eliminating the federal Department of Education once and for all.
President Trump signs an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Supporters say it's a move long overdue. To others,
it's a dark day in public education for Georgia.
The executive order has left uncertainty for Georgia educators at both the state and local levels. The Georgia Department of Education says it hasn't gotten any guidance on how the order could impact programs or services. Fulton County schools say it's too early to know what, if any, changes might occur at the local level. And Cobb County says they haven't gotten any information suggesting disruptions to their schools.
Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved.
Despite the president's assurances, Georgia teachers unions fear the gutting of the Department of Education could impact funding for programs like free school meals and disability services.
I see their faces, I know their names, and I know how cuts will impact them.
They say even changing the funding mechanism could delay getting money to the school districts.
When you move that funding to another department, there's going to be disruptions.
Federal funding makes up about 16% of the Georgia money used in the school districts. That number jumps all the way up to 30% when you start dealing with districts that are located in the rural parts of the state. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
All right, Mark, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us with that detailed breakdown and update. Have a great rest of your day and a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. I want to take you back out to Washington, D.C. as we continue to follow the very latest on this developing story. Again, President Donald Trump signing an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. We know that Caroline Leavitt had a gaggle with the media on this topic. Let's listen in.
Caroline, what do you say to critics of the president's education plan?
Where was their criticism of our nation's failing test scores for the last several decades? The Department of Education was founded in the 1970s, and since then we have spent more than $3 trillion at this federal bureaucracy. What has been the return on that investment for the American taxpayer? Levels that are less than ideal, less than proficient. Our children's test scores are incredibly concerning when it comes to reading rates, literacy rates, math, and science test scores. The numbers prove that, and this president is finally taking much needed action to return education to where it belongs, and that's to educators closest to students in their classrooms in their respective states. We're going to have a great event here later at 4 o'clock. There will be students here, teachers here, parents here, educators, and of course governors from around the country who are very excited about taking on this responsibility to educate our nation's students.
Who's going to run federal student loans?
So the Department of Education will be much smaller than it is today. As you know, the president's executive order directed Linda McMahon to greatly minimize the agency. So when it comes to student loans and Pell Grants, those will still be run out of the Department of Education. But we don't need to be spending more than $3 trillion over the course of a few decades on a department that's clearly failing in its initial intention to educate our students.
So is the federal government going to be spending less?
Much smaller than it is. Is it not going to be shut down completely? And then I have a second question.
As I said, Pell Grants and student loans will still be run out of the department in Washington, D.C., but the great responsibility of educating our nation's students will return to the states.
And the Department of Education plays a critical role in enforcing civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination. Who's going to do that now?
Any critical functions of the department, such as that, will remain. But again, we're greatly reducing the scale and the size of this department.
What about federal Title I funding and special education funding? Is that still good?
Same answer. Yes.
Thanks, Caroline. On the Federal Reserve, the president criticized the rate decision yesterday. Is he looking to replace members of the Federal Reserve Board like he did on the Federal Trade Commission?
Well, the president has appointed Mickey Bowman, as you know, to be the vice chair of the Federal Reserve. We're incredibly optimistic about her. She's on the ball, as the president says, and knows how to get things done. The president has every right to criticize the decision, and he's made it very clear that he believes in lower interest rates are going to help this country boom, and this administration is working on lowering the rate of inflation caused by the previous administration every day. Inflation is cooling. The numbers indicate that, and the president strongly believes in low interest rates, and I think the American public do too.
Caroline, on the deportation flights, Caroline, you've said that you're confident that you've complied with the judge's order.
We are.
If that's the case, then why not turn over the information about the flights?
We are 100% confident that we've complied, and as I said from the podium and will continue to say, all of the flights that were subject to the written order of the judge took off before the written order was pushed in the courtroom, and the president is well within his Article 2 power and his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to make these decisions, and we think it's egregious that a single district judge is trying to tell the president of the United States who he can and cannot deport from our soil, especially when it comes to designated foreign terrorists.
What about the status of turning over that information?
Jeff, go ahead.
The administration is getting some attention this week for a memo that was released, I think, a couple weeks ago, taking segregation out of the criteria for federal contracting. Can you explain what that memo was supposed to do? And if you're looking to, I presume you're not looking for segregation to come back, but can you explain what the reason for the memo was?
Did the memo come from the White House or was it from an agency?
It was from the administration. I think it was OPM.
Okay, I would defer you to whichever agency wrote that memo. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it.
Caroline.
Go ahead, Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. This executive order dismantles the department. To abolish it completely requires Congress to act. Is the administration asking Congress to codify Trump's executive order to abolish the department?
I'll leave it to the president to speak on that later. 4 o'clock.
Sure.
Anything is the president doing about Gaza? Is he trying to get the ceasefire back in play? What's his plan?
Well, the president made it very clear to Hamas that if they did not release all of the hostages, there would be all hell to pay. And unfortunately, Hamas chose to play games in the media with lives. This situation, let's not forget, is completely the fault of Hamas when they launched that brutal attack on Israel on October 7th. And the president has made it very clear that he wants all of those hostages to come home, and he fully supports Israel and the IDF and the actions that they've taken in recent days. Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
The president would like to see American schools and students reach over the next 4 years after he signs the EO?
Well, again, in the intent of this EO is to return this great responsibility back to the states. And we know, we believe in federalism here at the White House. I know the previous administration didn't, but we think decisions are best made when they're closest to the people. And we trust teachers and educators in their respective schools to make these very important decisions about our children's education and their futures. And the current status quo is failing our students. In fact, I have some facts right here. 13-year-olds' mathematics scores are the lowest they have been in decades. 13-year-olds' reading scores are the lowest since testing began over 30 years ago. Low-performing students are falling further behind. One city, Baltimore, Maryland, in 2023, high schools had 0 students who tested proficient in mathematics. As a mother myself, I know I share the concern of many parents across the country. We want our children to be bright and smart and ahead of the game. This is also, I would say, a national security issue. When you look at how students around the world, particularly in China, are being educated, American students are falling behind. We're not keeping up with our allies or our adversaries, and that's a major problem for our country. And the president is fixing it today.
We're less than 2 weeks away now from the August 2nd big tariff deadline. Has the president spoken with his Canadian counterpart or maybe Prime Minister
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe he has, but I can check in with the president and get you a firm answer on that. But my understanding is they haven't spoken, and the president has been very clear about his intention for April 2nd. It's going to be a big day for our country. I would encourage all of you to be here to cover the White House that day on April 2nd because there will be big announcements when it comes to reciprocal trade. And the president will be highlighting the unfair trade practices, the ways in which America has been ripped off by every country around the world, quite frankly. And there will be big tariffs that will be going into effect, and the president will be announcing those himself.
The European Union had a decision yesterday against Apple and Google. Are you familiar with that? And is there anything the president, is that a response to the April 2nd tariffs?
I think we've seen a lot of movement actually around the world of countries who are lessening their tariffs. I know the EU also paused their alleged tariff on whiskey. And so I think you're seeing countries are taking the president seriously. They understand that he is going to do what's right for American workers and families. And so the president and his team are in constant communication with our EU counterparts, but also our counterparts around the world.
You listed off some of the failures over the last 30 years from the Department of Education. So for critics, what has been the ROI on $3 trillion going to a failing education system?
It's a great question. Nothing. And that's exactly why the president is signing the order later today.
Yeah, with the executive order today, is it also the goal to eventually be spending less in federal dollars on education?
Of course. It's our goal to reduce the size and scale of this government across every agency, which is why you've seen very strong and quick actions taken to reduce the amount of money that federal taxpayers are paying on a system that is failing them and their families.
But does that mean like eventually downsizing some of the programs that are run out of the education department currently?
It means stopping the wasteful spending, and as I said, critical programs will be protected.
So, given that, we have this noon deadline looming for this D.C. judge, for the DOJ to turn over these documents when it comes to the time logs of these deportation flights. Is the administration going to turn over that information, the exact time logs, the information that the D.C. court is asking for?
I won't get ahead of our lawyers, but you'll hear from them in court.
And a follow-up question. The Commerce Secretary yesterday said that Tesla stock is something that Americans should be buying. Is that the stance of the administration, that people should be investing in? Is that something that the Commerce Secretary should be recommending?
I think the Commerce Secretary was reiterating that the president supports an American-made company like Tesla, who produces a very good product for the American people, which was beloved by the American people, particularly Democrats, until Elon Musk decided to vote for Donald Trump. And now we've seen despicable and unacceptable violence taking place across our country at Tesla dealerships against workers, employees, and also innocent Americans who drive these vehicles. It's actually a scary time in our country because of this political violence from the left, and the White House and the president's entire administration condemn it wholeheartedly.
Caroline.
We'll see you guys at 4 o'clock.
Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Caroline.
So that was the very latest from Caroline Levitt. She spoke ahead of President Donald Trump signing the executive order to eliminate the Department of Education. This latest quote from President Trump, courtesy of the White House on X, it says, closing the Department of Education would provide children and their families the opportunity to escape a system that is failing them. Again, that coming from President Donald Trump. Now I want to check in, since we heard before the executive order was signed. Now I want to head in to share you the very latest with you of President Donald Trump signing that executive order to eliminate the Department of Education.
Thank you very much, Eileen. And I'd like to start by saying that our country is doing very well. Things are, as you can see, doing quite well. Please sit down. Before we begin, I just want to announce that I signed a proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the Second Virginia Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death." Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia. And one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth, and we appreciate that. And we spoke yesterday with, as you know, President Putin and President Zelensky, and we would love to see that come to an end, and I think we're doing pretty well in that regard. So hopefully we can save thousands of people a week from dying. That's what it's all about. They're dying so unnecessarily, and I believe we'll get it done. We'll see what happens, but I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all. And it sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it, because ultimately it may come before them, but everybody knows it's right, and we have to get our children educated. We're not doing well with the world of education in this country, and we haven't for a long time. And we're pleased to be joined today by the woman who I chose because she's an extraordinary person, and hopefully she will be our last Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Linda, thank you. Thank you very much. That's another interesting statement. It's an interesting opening, right? But it's true, and people, you know, it's been amazing how popular this has been. I tell people that this is what I'm doing today, and they say, oh, it's about time. Everybody says it. Republicans and Democrats have said it. They're all saying it. Also with us are some terrific people. Governors Greg Abbott. Greg, thank you very much. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you very much, Ron. Mike Braun, congratulations on your victory, Mike. That was a big one. Mike DeWine, thank you very much, Mike. Jeff Landry. Jeff, thank you very much, Jeff. Bill Lee, thank you. Governors, all governors. Brad Little. Brad, thank you very much. Where are you, Brad? Hi, Brad. Jim Pilan, thank you very much, Jim. And Kim Reynolds. These are all people very interested in education. And I even see Dan Patrick over there, my friend Dan Patrick. We're joined also by Representatives Tim Walberg and Virginia Fox, Rick Allen, Michael Rulli, and again, Dan Patrick, thank you very much, Dan. You've been a great friend of ours. And State Attorneys General Ken Paxton. Ken, I see you there. Andrew Bailey. Andrew, what a job you've done, Andrew. You have some good cases going. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. And co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. She's been a hard worker. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Tiffany. When President Carter created the Federal Education Department in 1979, it was opposed by members of his own cabinet, as well as the American Federation of Teachers, the New York Times editorial board, and the famed Democrat Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. History has proven them right, absolutely right. After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close. But yet, we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success. It's an amazing stat. Those are two stats you don't want. The most money spent per pupil, and you're at the bottom of the list. And that's where we are, like it or not, and we've been there for a long time. 70% of 8th graders are not proficient in either reading or in math. 70%. 40% of 4th graders lack even basic reading skills, can't read. Students in our public elementary and middle schools score worse in reading today than when the department opened by a lot. In Baltimore, 40% of the high schools have 0 students who can do basic mathematics. Not even the very simplest of mathematics. I said, give me your definition of basic, and they're talking about like adding a few numbers together. Despite these breathtaking failures, the department's discretionary budget has exploded by 600% in a very short period of time, and it employs bureaucrats in buildings all over Washington, D.C. And as a former real estate person, I will tell you, I ride through the streets of Washington and it says Department of Education, Department of Education. I said, how do you fill those buildings? It's crazy what's happened over the years. I'm pleased to report that after offering these federal employees 2 generous buyout options, and they were very generous, and they're good people, but they were very generous. My administration has initiated a reduction in force, and we're already cutting numbers that were really surprising to a lot that we were able to do it so successfully. And we've cut the number of bureaucrats in half. 50% have taken office, which is great. Thank you. Under the action I'm taking today, a small handful of Democrats and others that we have employed for a long time, and there are some Republicans, but not too many, I have to be honest with you. But the department's useful functions, and such as, and they're in charge of them, Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved. They're all going to be so. If you look at the Pell Grants, it's supposed to be a very good program, Title I funding and resources for children with special disabilities and special needs. They're going to be preserved in full and redistributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them, and that's very important to Linda, I know, and it's very important to all of us. But beyond these core necessities, my administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return our students to the states where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10, and so we can't now say that bigness is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big. But you have countries that do a very good job in education, and I really believe, like some of the governors here today, from states that run very, very well, including a big state like Texas, but states that run very well are going to have education that will be as good as Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and those top, Finland, those top countries that do so well with education. I think they'll do every bit as well. And what do you think about that, Governor? Do you agree? Huh? I think so. Ron, do you agree? I think so. Florida? Iowa? That's right. I really believe that. They'll be as good as any of them. And then you'll have some laggards, and we'll work with them. And we can all tell you who the laggards will be right now, probably, but let's not get into that. But we'll work with them, and we're going to make them, they'll do a job. I think they'll do a job, and they'll go to sections of the state. For instance, New York, you'll have a Manhattan, and you'll have a Suffolk County, and you'll have a Nassau County, and you'll have Westchester County. You'll do 4 or 5 or 6 of them. You have upstate New York, and those counties, I think, are going to do very well. And I think ultimately Manhattan should do very well, but we'll break it down into sections, and I think it'll be really, really good. And they're going to be probably the tougher ones, but I think they have a chance to do really well. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work. And I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better. So we look forward to this. I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country. and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in the union, that doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe the states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even merit systems. Those great teachers are going to be maybe a little bit better rewarded, or maybe that's the way it should be, but the states are going to make that decision. But we're going to love and cherish our teachers along with our children, and they're going to work with the parents, and they're going to work with everybody else, and it's going to be an amazing thing to watch, and it's really going to be something special. And Linda, you're presiding over something that's so important, and you're going to do a fantastic job, just like you have your whole life. I know your whole life I've been watching you. I've been watching you for a long time. She's had nothing but success, so it's tremendous to have you, and hopefully you won't be there too long, but we're going to find something else for you, Linda, okay? So this will conclude what we are talking about with respect to our most cherished group of people, and that's our children. We want to have our children well educated. We want them to love going to school. We have examples of it. Look at those beautiful, bright-eyed faces. They are so smart. They're so smart. And with that, I'm going to come down, and we're going to sign a very important document, and we're going to be on our way. People have wanted to do this for many, many years, for many, many decades, and I don't know, no president ever got around to doing it, but I'm getting around to doing it, so thank you very much.
So that was the very latest from President Donald Trump as he signed the executive order to eliminate the Department of Education. And again, without an act of Congress, the president cannot eliminate the department, but his move does shift nearly all of its responsibility to the state level. We will continue to keep a close eye on this developing story right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:44 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, our third of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:47 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we want to turn to a developing story. Nearly a year after that Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, the NTSB now sending an update and a safety recommendation. Right now, we want to check in with Fox 29 Philadelphia's Cheyenne Corin for the very latest on this developing story. Cheyenne, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, one of those bridges being assessed is the Ben Franklin Bridge behind me. This connects Philadelphia to New Jersey, and the goal is to see if it could handle this type of impact, because now the NTSB is saying that if the Francis Scott Key Bridge was assessed for this type of risk, the catastrophe could have been prevented. Let's take you back to March 26th of last year when the bridge in Baltimore crashed into the water after a cargo ship passing underneath struck one of its pillars. As a result, 6 construction workers unfortunately lost their lives. Now the NTSB is recommending that the 30 owners of 68 bridges conduct a vulnerability assessment, including the Delaware River Port Authority. There are nearly 10 bridges in the Philadelphia area that are on this list, including the Walt Whitman, Ben Franklin, Betsy Ross, and Delaware River Turnpike and Commodore Barry bridges. Take a listen to what the Delaware River Bay Authority had to say about how they are protecting the Delaware Memorial Bridge. And also, the bridges identified that they were designed before 1991 and the current guidance was established. No other notable locations on this list include the Golden Gate Bridge, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge. It is also recommended that the bridge's owners implement a comprehensive risk reduction plan if needed. Again, the Ben Franklin Bridge is on this list because quite frequently ships pass underneath. Risk reductions could include infrastructure improvements or operational changes. But just again, the NTSB says although they are putting out this risk assessment or saying that 68 bridges across the entire country need to be looked at, they also say that this doesn't necessarily mean that if one of those ships does hit one of its pillars, that what we saw in Baltimore is going to happen. This is just really a case of, you'd rather be safe than sorry, so we don't see another disaster like that happen again. Back to you.
All right, Fox 29 Philadelphia, Cheyenne Corin, always stellar and detailed reporting. Cheyenne, thank you so much for joining us and have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour as we are approaching the top of the 8 o'clock. I am seeing we are going to get some live events during our 8 o'clock hour. The details when we come back. 7:52 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, a live event takes us out to Greece. We've been following this event all week. The International Olympic Committee, they've been holding several sessions. This morning, we heard the very latest from officials out in Punta Cana, out in the Dominican, as we are looking ahead to the Olympics there in 2027. Right now, they are holding a press conference to wrap up their 144th session of the IOC. Let's listen in.
And more detailed studies and time, and this is why we wanted to secure the future of the Olympic Winter Games with this double allocation and even half a triple allocation by giving the privilege to Switzerland for 2038. So there, from the IOC point of view, we have gained some time for the Winter Games, but the international winter sports federations, they will not have the privilege of having so much time without risking the cancellation of many demonstrated, so that therefore, this important pillar for the success of the Olympic movement has even been strengthened, and this is why you see me happy, relaxed and relieved here.
Okay, we're going to go to Rachel and then Graham. Yeah, Rachel Axon on that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rachel Axon with Sports Business Journal. Over here. Other side.
Over here, President.
You're right.
Okay.
I know you met with Kirsty this morning to discuss the transition, how this will go. This is relatively new in IOC terms, this period. What will that entail in terms of your duties, her duties, how she comes on board? And given how much you've had a close relationship and mentorship with her, how do you see her win, or maybe even the start of her presidency, as a continuation of your own and the initiatives you put in?
Well, first of all, I think I owe also part of the answer still there to you. This morning, this breakfast was not about giving advice. It was more the technicalities and dates of the transition. And there it will entail then discussions and presentations by each of the IOC departments. All the directors are already prepared for this. It will entail regular conversations with me. I'll always be there for questions, but she then will have to have these discussions and conversations with the departments and with the directors on a personal level, and without the old guy still hanging around, so that she can shape these discussions, and that also our colleagues there can speak freely and do not think now they have to justify something because I'm still sitting there. So it should be a very open exchange. And with regard to the partition of responsibilities, I have assured her that from today on, no decision will be taken over her head. That this will happen in full consultation. And if there are different opinions between her and me, her opinion will prevail. It's then her call to make these decisions because she will have to live then from 24th of June with these decisions, and to make this as efficient as possible. We have already also fixed the first board meeting, executive board meeting, on the very first day of her mandate on 24th of June, so that in case there are complex decisions to be taken which may need further consultation or for which you need the approval of the executive board, that then we can postpone it until then. And we have interim already another executive board on the 9th of April. So if by then there would be decisions which would need a decision, that we could take there on the 9th of April, and this will be a remote meeting. But we agreed this morning that she would be present in person to lead with me together then this executive board meeting on 9th of April, following the same agreement I've just been mentioning.
Yeah, Graham Dunbar from AP just here. Yeah, and then we'll go to Shin, and we'll come back over to this side.
Thank you very much. Graham Dunbar from Associated Press. After the lovely week here, it's back to reality in Switzerland next week, and on Tuesday off to court for the verdict in the latest trial of Sepp Blatter. Mr. Blatter, another one who was mentored by Horst Dassler and who also once had a succession plan and a protege in place, which either he couldn't or he wouldn't let go and put it into action. And he never got this kind of glorious farewell that you've been able to enjoy every day this week. When you say today you're happy, relaxed and relieved, do you feel like you've got your exit strategy, tactics completely correct?
No, as I said, this election as a demonstration of the IOC as a global organization with the highest good governance standards. I would not like this to compare to a situation I don't know how many years ago in another world sports organization whose name just escaped to me. There we have seen there a situation in an election with 7 candidates in a fair procedure there for everyone, with a presentation of arguments and proposals, and then a vote of the IOC membership, of the voters on these arguments and proposals having been presented by the different candidates. And the result is a demonstration of a good governance and a demonstration of the IOC as a truly global organization.
Yeah.
And this is fitting very well and aligned with what we want to achieve with Olympic agenda.
Yes, Kyodo.
Thank you very much. Shinsuke Kobayashi from Kyodo News. Apart from the transition, what are your plans for the next 3 months? Will you be working hard in full throttle as you used to do, or you will be winding down, or you'll be traveling around, or let us know if there is what's in the pipeline.
Work, transition, and some travels there to which I had agreed before. So it will be a mixture of everything, but I cannot really see the winding down. This will start on midnight of the 23rd, but before again, I'm committed to make this an efficient and smooth transition. This will require some work. We will also have to see, and that's what we discussed there this morning with the president-elect. Whether there we will visit one or the other event together, or whether she would already go alone, what would make sense. And this will be then a topic when we will meet for the first time in the very near future in Lausanne to work then on more details of the agenda.
Okay, going to take 2-3 more questions. Lady at the back there, gentleman here, and Rachel has been waiting for a long time, so yeah.
I'm standing up because I'm in the last row. Mr. President, it seems like that you have set a pattern that the IOC president is an Olympic champion, and now we have another Olympic champion as your successor. Do you think it's going to be a must in the future, first of all? And second of all is that we know your schedule until the 23rd. So how is your agenda looking like from the 24th? And will you be accessible for advice if the new president actually wishes so? Thank you.
Let me start with the second question. From the 24th, I will not be accountable for my agenda anymore. I can even wake up, hopefully, in the morning and decide on a short term what I want to do or not to do, and do not have to justify it that I changed my mind. So let's see what's going to happen. I guess on the 24th it will be sleeping, and then we will see further. With regard to the first question, I don't know whether it will be a must. I can only say what my experience was, that being an Olympic champion helped me tremendously. When there you meet political leaders, business leaders, other NGO leaders, they look at you with different eyes. If you come to a meeting and you do not need to explain why you are there. And you're not just another chair of another NGO who considers to be the most important of all the NGOs, and then having to explain. You don't have to defend the cause, you are the cause. And this helps, and most of these people then are more curious about you than you may be curious about them. Because you have their CV in the preparation of the meeting. But most of them have questions then about your sporting career and how did you manage and so on. But you never need to justify why you're sitting there as a president of the IOC. And this advantage, I'm sure also the president-elect Kirsty Coventry will enjoy and will benefit from.
Okay, our Kenyan colleague just down here.
Thank you, Elias Makori from Kenya. Mr. President, during your leadership, I'm right here.
Sorry,
I'm right here. During your leadership, Africa, got the opportunity to host the Youth Olympics next year. Now we have an African IOC president. Do you see the Olympic Games coming to Africa sooner rather than later? Maybe 2036, 2040? And what will you tell African leaders now that Kirsty is in charge? Because in Africa, when one of you is elected, expectations are high. When you elect a president, we expect highways to our villages if you come from the same village. I know she'll be under a lot of pressure in Africa. What will your advice be to both her and the African people? Thank you.
Well, with regard to the Olympic Games coming to Africa, this is to my successors. there I have a very good excuse now not to comment on this. We know that there is interest, but first of all, it's up to Africa. You cannot impose Olympic Games on Africa. There has to be a clear intention to join the continuous dialogue and to entertain then this dialogue with a project, and then Africa, like any other continent, will have a fair chance. With regard to high expectations on her, I think she's used to live.
All right, so that feed abruptly ending, now showing Heathrow's airport in London. So we were not expecting that to happen, but that's okay. I do want to transition to another live event that's underway. It takes us out to Geneva, Switzerland. Right now, the United Nations Human Rights Council, they are discussing conflict in the Middle East. Let's listen in.
Of having cancer. His health is critical. Said Mansouri, a political prisoner, has endured over 24 years of unjust imprisonment, severe torture, and inhuman conditions in Gaza Al-Hissar prison without medical care or a single day of leave. Mehdi Hassani and Behrouz Ehsani face immediate execution after their retrial requests were denied. Thousands of other political prisoners are also on death row. The Iranian government, failing in its regional ambitions, is increasing execution and repression at home. The people of Iran demand an extension and expansion of FFM's mandate to expose these crimes and ensure that justice prevails. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rajasthan Samgra Kalyan Sanstan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Hindus and Christians in Pakistan continue to face repression from the state, its institutions, and religious extremist forces. Hindus are the largest religious minority in Pakistan, numbering about 3.8 million or 1.6% of the total population. Due to the rise of extremism, violent incidents against Hindus have increased manifold in the 4 decades. Young Hindu girls are repeatedly kidnapped and forced into marriages with men from the majority community who are often twice their own age and coerced to convert. There are also regular attacks on Hindu temples, and authorities do little to stop such horrendous attacks. To escape the religious persecution and perpetual threats to life and liberty discrimination, there has been a steady increase in the influx of Hindu migrants to India. According to the Indian government, there are 4,000 to 5,000 Pakistani Hindus living in India on extended visas. Christians make up roughly 3.3 million or 1.3% of the total population of Pakistan. They are derogatorily referred to as churas, slur by Pakistani majority community who consider Christians as dirty. Hundreds of members of Christian community have become victims of false blasphemy cases which carry the death penalty. They are also seen as representatives of Western powers and subjected to regular violent attacks by religious extremists. Hundreds of Christians have been killed in various massacres that have taken place in different churches. The world must hold Pakistan accountable for the continuing miserable plight of
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We will move to the next speaker, which is the Sikh Human Rights Group.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We commend the efforts of the Council in mainstreaming human rights within the practices of UN system, entities, and other multilateral organizations. However, we believe that food security and sovereignty need more attention. In this regard, UN Trade and Development is better positioned than WTO to lead discussions on these matters. UNCTAD offers a broader perspective that emphasizes sustainable development, human rights, and the needs of developing countries, unlike the WTO, which primarily focuses on trade liberalization. UNCTAD will better align trade policies with financing for development and the SDGs framework, ensuring a more equitable and inclusive approach. This council could encourage moving negotiations on agricultural agreements to UNCTAD, where a stronger focus on human rights and development could be integrated. Trade agreements that fail to meet human rights standards should be reconsidered to ensure that public interest is prioritized over profit maximization by investors and transnational corporations. Human Rights Council should support UNCTAD in promoting inclusive trade policies, ensuring that human rights and sustainable development are central to agricultural trade agreements. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I call on the Japan Society for History textbook.
Distinguished council members, we would like to draw your attention to the ongoing horrific situation in Myanmar and also to hopeful possibilities after the civil war. Right now, the country is in the midst of a brutal civil war. Children are being forced to walk through minefields, and those who manage to escape across the border or who end up as slaves on farms. Myanmar is a country made up of many ethnic groups. The general populace of
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox on the left side of your screen, we are live in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations Human Rights Council coming together on this Friday morning to discuss and debate the Middle East as well as other topics. Now, top right box giving you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, and we are keeping a close eye out in London on this Friday. That bottom box showing you how a fire has closed Heathrow's airport. You're getting a live look at that substation that caught on fire. We'll continue to monitor these top stories on this Friday. 8:13 is the time. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .15 is the time here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow top stories this Friday morning as the suspect is in custody, accused in a shooting at a Metro Detroit hospital. Gunshots rang out early yesterday morning in the hospital parking garage. Thankfully, the victim in this case will survive. But the incident leaves many at the hospital traumatized this Friday morning. Right now, we want to head out there live, checking in with Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch, who has been reporting on this story since it first broke Thursday morning. Robin, good morning to you. A lot of unanswered questions. What can you share with us?
Well, I can tell you that, Janae, we are waiting for a report to be sent over to the prosecutor's office regarding charges in the situation. They're expecting to get a report from the police department. Then they will decide on charges connected to this active shooter situation that prompted just a massive police presence out here yesterday. And this was around the time that it was all happening. Workers at the hospital, obviously very frightened by all of this. They were in a panic trying to figure out exactly what was going on. And you should be looking at video right now. Police did release some body camera footage of some of the first officers that arrived at that parking garage yesterday morning. Now, this all happened right after 7 o'clock in the morning. And according to police, it was a 25-year-old man who was shot by his coworker. Both apparently worked in the radiology department at that hospital in Troy and had recently had some sort of a falling out. Now, the hospital, which is located on DeQuinder and M59 in this area, it went on lockdown while police searched for that suspect. Nearby schools were also put on lockdown as a result. He was finally found about 2.5 hours later at his family's house in neighboring Macomb County, where he was taken into custody without any sort of incident. Take a listen to some of the investigators involved in that massive effort to find him.
The suspect fired at least 5 shots from a handgun, striking the victim in the arm. The suspect exited the home voluntarily after being contacted by cell phone.
Tons and tons of agencies, federal, state, local, county, air assets. You know, we created an air boss, all sorts of things just to make sure everything was coordinated.
And at last check, the 25-year-old man who was shot in the arm, he did remain in stable condition. In terms of the very latest details that are expected to happen today, police are expected to hand over their reports as to what happened, and the prosecutor's office will take a look at it, decide what charges should be filed in this situation. Of course, a lot of people paying very close attention to this. We are live in Pontiac. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Robin. Stellar reporting as this broke on you all's station yesterday. We took it as soon as it happened here on Live Now from Fox. You all did a great job keeping us up to date and informed. Also sharing the latest press conference. If we do get another today, we'll make sure to share that here with the viewers on Live Now. Thank you so much and have a great and safe rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, looking through the feeds to see if there are any live events coming through. We'll make sure to share them with you in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. And based on the background behind me, you can tell we are going to some breaking news right now. It takes us out to the Middle East. This time yesterday, we brought you all this live look. It seems to happen pretty much the same day and time, the same times this week. You're getting a live look out in Jerusalem on this Friday morning here at 8:22. Right now, Israelis are protesting against Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the local government. They are upset about the latest with the stall of the ceasefire, also demanding that the government do more to bring the remaining hostages still in Hamas captivity home safely. And if they are not alive, they still are demanding their bodies so they can have a proper funeral. Viewer discretion is advised, and I say that because when we showed you all this feed yesterday, there were some finger signs, there was some fighting, people were being dragged out of the street by local police authorities. We also saw that people were being hosed with water hoses so that they would disperse. Briefly, I'm going to pot up the audio so we can hear on the ground what's happening. All right, so you can hear some chanting, some drum rolls. We see people have flags as well as other signage on this Friday morning. As this is happening out in Geneva, Switzerland, the United Nations Human Rights Council, they're actually discussing conflict in the Middle East. Let's listen into this live event, and I'll pop up boxes on your screen as it correlates so we can keep a close eye on this protest in the Middle East.
U.S. aid and slashing $68 billion alongside similar reduction from European countries have created humanitarian crisis. The cuts made in favor of military spending and domestic priorities have forced NGOs to ration essential resources like food, medicine, and shelter. This has led to life and death decisions, where some individuals are left to suffer without necessary support, while others receive aid based on political agendas rather than actual need, which global community must resist this political pressure. Madam Vice President, only by prioritizing humanity over politics can we hope to ensure that aid reaches the most vulnerable whereas they are without compromise. How does the Council plan to uphold its humanitarian principles of neutrality and impartiality amidst growing political interference and cut in aid from major donors? I thank you. Happy Nowruz.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I call on Ocapros International.
Señora Presidente.
Thank you. The right to freedom of expression is a basic right, including receiving and defending information. It's a basic fundamental right so that all persons can express their ideas without fear of reprisals, censure or punishment, as states Article 19 of the Universal Declaration. Ocapros is concerned that right now, despite the progress made and the technological era, many people in different parts of the world are not allowed to hold different opinions, such as the Sahrawi population, which has been living under the Polisario for decades. Many people have been tortured and imprisoned there just for denouncing the reality on the ground or peacefully demonstrating against impunity. We denounce these decades of impunity and social injustice against that vulnerable population and call for a peaceful solution to be found with the autonomy proposed by Morocco so that they may have a decent life and enjoy their rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I call on the Mizan Center for Human Rights with Maona Association for Human Rights and Immigration.
Me indican que en ausencia.
Not in the room. Next speaker, Women's Human Rights International Association.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The fact-finding mission's efforts to document the truth and expose the crimes of the Iranian government have given hope to the victims of this criminal government. As a former political prisoner who spent 5 years in this government's prisons, I testify that FFM's work not only amplifies silent voices, but also opens a path to justice. I appreciate it. Since last year, when I testified in this very place, repression and violence in Iran have intensified. Mariam Akbari Monfared, after 15 years, had her sentence extended by 2.5 years instead of being released. Kamran Rezai Far, a 59-year-old political prisoner, was forcibly returned to Evin prison despite having undergone gastric surgery and being suspected of having cancer. His health is critical. Saeed Mansouri, a political prisoner, has endured over 24 years of unjust imprisonment, severe torture, and inhuman conditions in Ghazel Hisar prison without medical care or a single day of leave. Mehdi Hassani and Behruz Ehsani face immediate execution after their retrial requests were denied. Dozens of other political prisoners are also on death row. The Iranian government, failing in its regional ambitions, is increasing execution and repression at home. The people of Iran demand an extension and expansion of FFM's mandate to expose these crimes and ensure that justice prevails. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rajasthan Samgra Kalyan Sanstan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Hindus and Christians in Pakistan continue to face repression from the state, its institutions, and religious extremist forces. Hindus are the largest religious minority in Pakistan, numbering about 3.8 million or 1.6% of the total population. Due to the rise of extremism, violent incidents against Hindus have increased manifold in the 4 decades. Young Hindu girls are repeatedly kidnapped and forced into marriages with men from the majority community who are often twice their own age and coerced to convert. There are also regular attacks on Hindu temples, and authorities do little to stop such horrendous attacks. To escape the religious persecution and perpetual threats to life and liberty discrimination, there has been a steady increase in the influx of Hindu migrants to India. According to the Indian government, there are 4,000 to 5,000 Pakistani Hindus living in India on extended visas. Christians make up roughly 3.3 million or 1.3% of the total population of Pakistan. They are derogatorily referred to as churas, slur by Pakistani majority community who consider Christians as dirty. Hundreds of members of Christian community have become victims of false blasphemy cases which carry the death penalty. They are also seen as representatives of Western powers and subjected to regular violent attacks by religious extremists. Hundreds of Christians have been killed in various massacres that have taken place in different churches. The world must hold Pakistan accountable for the continuing miserable plight of
Muchas gracias.
All right, so as we listen into this compelling event, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 8:32 here on the East Coast. We continue to share with you breaking news headlines of your Friday morning. You're getting a live look out in London outside of Heathrow's airport, closed on this Friday due to a power outage. One of the substations, they're catching on fire and causing more than 1,300 flight delays and cancellations. It's a story we continue to follow on this Friday morning. Meanwhile, back here stateside, we're keeping a close eye on the NTSB. Nearly a year since Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, the National Transportation Safety Board is issuing safety recommendations. Let's take a listen to their latest press conference.
Jennifer Homendy will brief you today on the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Next week marks 1 year since the striking of the Dali container ship with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. The bridge subsequently collapsed into the Patapsco River, killing 6 construction crew members and injuring another, as well as 1 person on board the vessel. I want to once again extend our deepest sympathies to those who lost loved ones or were injured in this terrible tragedy. Today, we're issuing 4 urgent safety recommendations to bridge owners, the Federal Highway Administration, the United States Coast Guard, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Specifically, we're urging 30 owners of 68 bridges in 19 states to perform a vulnerability assessment of their bridge's risk of catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision, determine whether they need to implement countermeasures to reduce vulnerability, report their findings to the NTSB, and if warranted, implement a comprehensive risk reduction plan that includes, at a minimum, short and long-term strategies to reduce the probability of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. We're also urging the Federal Highway Administration, in coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. As part of our investigation, we completed a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge ourselves to determine how susceptible it was to collapse from a vessel collision, taking into account engineering and shipping advances since the Key Bridge first opened in 1977. This vulnerability assessment is essentially a mathematical risk model used to determine how susceptible a bridge is to collapse from a vessel collision, and it's not new. The American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO, developed and published the vulnerability assessment calculation for new bridges on the National Highway System in 1991 in response to our investigation of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge collapse in Tampa Bay, Florida. The state of Maryland was on AASHTO's executive committee at the time and served on AASHTO's Highway Subcommittee on Bridges and Structures, which developed those standards in 1991 and revised them in 2009. Included in the 1991 standards was a recommendation from AASHTO that all bridge owners conduct a vulnerability assessment of existing bridges to evaluate the risk of catastrophic collapse in the event of a vessel collision and take action. AASHTO reiterated that recommendation to states again in 2009, and I want to read the quote from the AASHTO guidance in 2009. All remaining existing bridges over navigable waterways with commercial barge and ship traffic should be evaluated using a vulnerability assessment in accordance with risk analysis procedures contained in this guide. The vulnerability assessments would meet NTSB recommendations to AASHTO, FHWA, and other federal agencies for improved bridge safety based on previous vessel collision accidents involving bridge failures. AASHTO continues on. Based on the vulnerability assessment evaluations of existing bridges within the state system, a screening process based on the estimated annual frequency of collapse can be used to identify and rank high-risk bridges and to prioritize vulnerable structures for potential rehabilitation, retrofit, pier protection countermeasures, or replacement. The Maryland Transportation Authority never ran the calculation on the Key Bridge, and as of October 2024, they still haven't on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Had they ran the calculation on the Francis Scott Key Bridge, the MDTA would have been aware that the bridge was almost 30 times greater than the risk threshold AASHTO sets for critical essential bridges. 30 times greater. And almost 15 times greater for Pier 17, which the Dolly struck, as well as Pier 18. What's frustrating is, not only did MDTA fail to conduct the vulnerability assessment on the Key Bridge, they did not provide, nor were they able to provide, the NTSB with the data needed to conduct the assessment, including the characteristics of vessel traffic passing under the bridge, vessel transit speeds, vessel loading characteristics, waterway and navigable channel geometry, water depths, environmental conditions, bridge geometry, pier protection systems, and ultimate lateral capacity of the bridge piers. We asked them for that data. They didn't have it. We had to develop that data ourselves with the help of our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration. And I want to take a moment to thank the team at the Federal Highway Administration for all their assistance on this investigation. We conclude in our report that had the MDTA conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Key Bridge based on recent vessel traffic, the MDTA would have been able to proactively identify strategies to reduce the risk of a collapse and loss of lives associated with a vessel collision with the bridge. Like the Key Bridge, other bridges throughout the United States were designed before AASHTO's 1991 guidance. To understand the scope of that risk, we asked the Federal Highway Administration to identify bridges that cross navigable waterways and are used by ocean-going vessels like the Dolly, and gather information about protection devices in place for those bridges, like dolphins, like fender systems. We then narrowed that list based on when the bridge was built, whether it had a vertical clearance of at least 80 feet, and whether it had substructures such as piers in a waterway. We also evaluated vessel traffic transiting under the bridges. We repeated the same process for bridges owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And as a result, we identified 72 bridges in 19 states managed by 30 bridge owners that were likely not designed and built to AASHTO specifications. Owners of 4 of those bridges performed a recent vulnerability assessment and are either implementing a plan to reduce their bridge's vulnerability or will be doing so in the future. The remaining 68 bridges that have not undergone a vulnerability assessment based on recent vessel traffic have an unknown level of risk of collapse from a vessel collision, which is why we're recommending that those 30 bridge owners take action now. Frankly, we've been sounding the alarm on this since the tragedy occurred, and in testimony before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee last April, we need action. Public safety depends on it. So the 30 bridge owners who will receive our urgent recommendations are the Bay Area Toll Authority, Caltrans, the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Florida Department of Transportation, the Georgia Department of Transportation, Skyway Concession Company, LLC, the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad, the Maryland Transportation Authority, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the Mackinac Bridge Authority, the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, the Delaware River Port Authority, the New Jersey Turnpike Authority, MTA Bridges and Tunnels, the New York City Department of Transportation, the New York State Bridge Authority, the Ogdensburg Bridge and Port Authority, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the Seaway International Bridge Corporation, the Thousand Islands Bridge Authority, the Ohio Department of Transportation, the Oregon Department of Transportation, the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, the Rhode Island Turnpike and Bridge Authority, the Harris County Toll Road Authority, the Texas Department of Transportation, the Washington State Department of Transportation, and the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. Now, I want to emphasize, because we don't want to see headlines naming a bridge of being at risk of collapse or imminent risk of collapse. A risk level above the acceptable threshold doesn't mean a collapse from a vessel collision is an absolute certainty. Likewise, a bridge design with a risk level below the acceptable threshold doesn't guarantee that a collapse from a vessel collision won't occur. What we are telling bridge owners is that they need to know the risk and determine what actions they need to take to ensure safety. Again, I want to reiterate our exact findings today and all 4 urgent safety recommendations verbatim. For finding number 1, had the Maryland Transportation Authority conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge based on recent vessel traffic, as recommended by the 1991 and 2009 American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Guide Specifications, the MDTA would have been aware that this critical essential bridge was above the AASHTO threshold of risk for catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision when the Dolly collision occurred. Finding number 2, had the Maryland Transportation Authority conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge using the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Method 2 vulnerability assessment calculation, the MDTA would have had information to proactively identify strategies to reduce the risk of a collapse and loss of lives associated with a vessel collision with the bridge. Finding number 3, the 30 owners of 68 bridges over navigable waterways frequented by ocean-going vessels are likely unaware of their bridge's risk of catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision and the potential need to implement countermeasures to reduce the bridge's vulnerability. Urgent Recommendation 1 to the Federal Highway Administration. In coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, establish an interdisciplinary team, including representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Urgent Recommendation number 2. The U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the recipient of recommendation number 2. Support the Federal Highway Administration in establishing an interdisciplinary team and provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Urgent Recommendation number 3 to the 30 bridge owners. Calculate the AASHTO Method 2 annual frequency of collapse for the bridges identified in Appendix B of the report that we issued today, for which you are responsible, and inform the NTSB whether the probability of collapse is above the AASHTO threshold. If the calculations that you performed in response to the safety recommendation indicate that a bridge has an annual frequency of collapse greater than the AASHTO threshold, develop and implement a comprehensive risk reduction plan that includes, at a minimum, guidance and assistance from the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers interdisciplinary team. And the fourth recommendations, develop short and long-term strategies to reduce the probability of a potential bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Now, a few things about the status of the investigation itself. We're releasing over 1,000 pages of investigative material in the public docket today, including our bridge factual report and some interviews. Next week, we intend to release the hazardous materials, meteorological, and survival factors factual reports, as well as a study conducted by our Office of Research and Engineering on vessel size increases and associated safety risk. In the next few weeks, we intend to publicly release the voyage data recorder audio transcripts and associated data. We're still finalizing the engineering, nautical operations, and anchorage factual reports. We'll then begin working on our analysis and developing our findings, our probable cause, and our safety recommendations with a final report released this fall. Now, with that, I will take some questions. Please raise your hand. I'll call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation.
My name is Jessica Babb. I'm with Fox 45 out of Baltimore. So I know you said that the MDTA did not provide or not calculate these risk assessments on the Key Bridge. The Dolly was a sizable cargo ship. So had the MDTA conducted this assessment, could they have put measures in place you believe could have prevented this collapse? And if so, what types of measures would those have been?
Yeah, so these bridge owners need to be looking at recent vessel traffic. Things have changed over time. Vessels have gotten bigger, heavier. At one point in the 1950s, we had vessels that had just 800 containers on them. Now we're talking 24,000 containers. So they need to take a look at specific measures that are included in the AASHTO guidance. So yes, MDTA would have known the risk and could have taken action to safeguard the Key Bridge.
Do you think that collapse could have been prevented, though?
Had they done that, the collapse could have been prevented. Yes.
Chair Hamady, it sounds like from what you're saying, these 68 bridges, the owners have not done these assessments. But do you expect that the vast majority, if they do those assessments, the vast majority of those bridges would be above the acceptable level of risk and need significant improvements?
The question is whether the 30 bridge owners that we're issuing these recommendations to, whether we believe their risk assessment will show that they're above the AASHTO threshold. We don't know that. That is something that this is why we are urging those bridge owners to take action. We're hoping it's very few, but we don't know that at this time. We believe they don't know that, and they need to determine what the risk is and start to put in those protective measures if warranted. One thing I do want, back to your question on could they have taken action, would have prevented it, this is not new. They could have been evaluated, MDTA could have done this evaluation numerous times over the past several decades. It was recommended by AASHTO in 1991. It was recommended by AASHTO in 2009. They were part of that subcommittee in issuing those recommendations, and they especially should have looked at the change in vessel traffic, certainly after the 2016 expansion of the Panama Canal. Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Phil Yakubuski from WBAL Radio in Baltimore. You talked about the process that they should have done these assessments. Were there warning letters sent to them? Can you talk about that? How did you keep tabs that this was not being done?
So the question is the vulnerability assessments and how MDTA had not done these vulnerability assessments. It was a recommendation from AASHTO in 1991 and again in 2009. As part of our investigation, we asked, had you done these this vulnerability assessment on the Key Bridge? The answer was no. We then asked, are you doing this vulnerability assessment on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge? The answer is no. They have not. Yes, sir.
You're making these recommendations. How do you follow up on that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Alan Etter from WTOP here in Washington.
Thank you, Al.
Yes, ma'am. You've made these recommendations. What does the follow-up look like? How can you ensure that these measures take place?
The question is on the follow-up and urgent recommendations. When we issue urgent recommendations, we are saying there is a safety deficiency here, a potential safety risk, and you need to take immediate action. So we will follow up with all of the bridge owners over time. We will follow up with Federal Highways. We had a briefing for Federal Highways today. I also called the state of Maryland to make sure they knew that we were issuing this, as well as several others. So we expect action. And we have an entire team that follows up on those recommendations and will do so.
Ms. Hamdi, Kate Amara from WBAL-TV in Baltimore. I am curious if the Bay Bridge is on, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in Maryland is on the list of the 68 bridges, because I'm also wondering, if so, could that be the only bridge of the 68 where the owners knew it was on the list? Because back in May, your preliminary report specifically directed the MDTA to do short-term and long-term studies to upgrade the existing protection. So is the Bay Bridge on the list? Did they already know they were on this list? And did they give you any explanation for why, as of November, the assessment still had not been conducted?
Yeah, the question is on, did MDTA, is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge on the list of 68 bridges and its bridges and bridge spans? The answer is yes. The east and westbound portions of the bridge are on the list of 68. And then the question is about their vulnerability assessment and conducting the vulnerability assessment. We asked MDTA, are you doing it? In writing as of October, they stated no. Certainly, if they build a new bridge, they will have to. But as of the existing bridge, we know that they have not done that. That vulnerability assessment takes a long time. There's no reason why they shouldn't have done it before now. It shouldn't take an urgent safety recommendation to get action, and we expect that to be done now. And we'll follow up.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir.
So you're listening into the very latest information from the National Transportation Safety Board as they issued safety recommendations for several bridges across the country. Some facts about their latest reports and recommendations on the left side of your screen. And then that watch box on the bottom right is the latest out of London, England, as a fire this Friday morning has closed Heathrow Airport there. At this time, the fire is contained, but more than 1,300 flights have been impacted with cancellations. 8:56 is the time. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day when we return. 2 minutes shy from the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you've been here throughout our entire Friday morning broadcast, if you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. We continue to share with you the latest of breaking news. This coming from the Associated Press. On this Friday morning, I spoke with an expert just a few hours ago. If you're just now tuning in, I want to play that interview for you now. Breaking. Sudan's military said it retook the Republican palace in Khartoum, the last bastion in the capital of rival parliamentary forces after nearly 2 years of fighting. I want to play out the latest video we've gotten courtesy of the Sudanese army. I'll pot up the audio so you can listen in and see as all of this unfolded this Friday morning. So I wanted to play out some of that audio for you just to set the stage as this unfolded this Friday morning. The seizure of the Republican palace surrounded by government ministries represents a major symbolic victory for Sudan's military against the paramilitary rapid support forces. However, it likely does not mean the end of the war as the RSF holds territory in Sudan's western Darfur region and elsewhere. A lot to discuss this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation distinguished lecturer in Homeland Security and Terrorism with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, happy Friday to you. Always a pleasure having you on the show. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be with you again.
So, Ken, as we were seeing this unfold on this Friday morning, a lot of questions. This is not the first time that Sudan's military has taken hold of Khartoum's Republican palace. Give us the historical context. Why is this important, and how was it allowed to happen again?
Sure. So this war in its current form started back in April of 2023. Actually, during Ramadan, we are entering into Ramadan now. So it's been 2 years of continuous fighting there in Sudan. This is a civil war engaged in by two different factions of the Sudanese military, and so this is an unusual war here of just fighting for who is going to control Sudan. The current forces that has retaken Khartoum is under General Abdel Fattah Burhan, and these forces, have been fighting their fellow soldiers under the military, but the other group has now been displaced and pushed towards the western part of Sudan, near Darfur. This war has been extremely hard on the Sudanese. Over 11 million people have been displaced from their homes. 3 million people have fled the country entirely, going into the neighboring countries in the area here. And the genocide that has been going on, at least 28,000 people have been killed during these 2 years, and people are having to eat grass because there is no food. Sudan has constantly been having problems of not being able to support itself, and this civil war, fighting over this area, has made it much worse.
And with the video and audio I played out off the top of this interview, you could hear members of the Sudanese military chanting Allah Akbar. So many of them feel like they are doing this in the name of Allah, who they call their God. And then also in the video, you can see how they kneel and pray as they are doing this. Can you provide how the political climate, but also the military ties in? There it is on your screen, as I was mentioning, as he knelt to pray. How this ties in with religion, how people, as they are doing this, feel like they are doing this in the name of Allah.
Yeah, but as I said, that this is a war, a civil war between two different parts of the military there from Sudan, and so it's not a question of religion. This is not a war between two different religions. This right now is a war between believers on both sides, but a war about who is going to control Sudan. As I say, we are in Ramadan. People who are taking control of Khartoum, they're celebrating it, which includes, thanking their God for their success. But this is not a religious war.
Providing further context of this breaking news, some experts are saying that this is symbolic of a win of Sudanese military against the paramilitary known as Rapid Support Forces. We've seen several times with conflict in the Middle East how different organizations, different military groups want control. How does that relate to the Sudan in the Middle East?
So this is a civil war. And the RSP is a faction that had broken away from the military, had taken control of Khartoum. Khartoum has now been retaken by the General Abdel Fattah Burhan's troops there, and that this is very much a civil war that has been going on in that country. And this is a country, that has been struggling to survive, and so this does not help at all, where you have genocide going on here, you have sexual assaults of children, you have all kinds of bad things happening here in a country that can barely feed itself. People are starving because of this civil war.
Yeah, can you mention the humanitarian crisis and concerns out in the Sudan on this Friday morning? We've been hearing it for several weeks with the United Nations Human Rights Council as they share their latest reports every single morning. But you also mentioned the climate as well, tense times in this area. How does this group move forward? How do the Sudanese people move forward when you have two military factions at odds, also with that looming humanitarian crisis and just violent terrorism, rapes, and other horrible things that you just mentioned?
Yeah, since the Civil War had, this is the control of Khartoum, but RSP is still very much a viable force that will likely mount up an attack again against the military forces here in Khartoum, the governmental forces in Khartoum. So this has not ended. This is just a temporary new solution to who controls Khartoum, but I don't see this war ending anytime soon, because you still have two very, very viable forces fighting one another. It's not as if one has totally defeated the other. They've just taken over control of Khartoum. What probably needs to happen is for outside forces to come in and try to restore some peace here. The U.S. has been there before. We see Al-Shabaab, we see Al-Qaeda, we see a lot of different forces here, terrorist forces that have been fighting throughout Central Africa. And so how that will play into this, it's not clear to me.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much a wait-and-see game. Ken Gray, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your thoroughness, your perspective, and expertise on this breaking news topic. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Breaking. And we appreciate Ken Gray for that detailed interview. Again, that did happen during our 6 o'clock hour, but I wanted to share that with you now if you're just now tuning in. We're going to keep a close eye on that breaking news out in the Middle East as relates to the Sudanese military. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break of our 9 o'clock hour. We'll be right back with more breaking news headlines and, of course, your live events of your Friday morning. 9:09 here on the East Coast and taking you out live to London, England, giving you a live look. We continue to follow this breaking news on this Friday morning. People out in that area working to learn the very latest as flights have been canceled. London's Heathrow Airport closed today due to a power outage, and you're getting a live look at that substation where that fire broke out. If you're just now tuning in, I want to play out the latest video for you of when the fire, you could really see the blaze, transitioning it on your screen now. You can see the fire as it erupted overnight into Friday, more than 1,300 flight cancellations and delays. And then now this is how it looks. Moments ago, officials out in London spoke about putting the fire out and what it took as far as manpower. Let's take a listen.
The airport and planes to be rerouted. We continue to work very closely with our partners to minimise disruption. 10 fire engines, 2 bulk foam units and 1 high-volume pump were on scene at the peak of this incident. This equates to approximately 70 London Fire Brigade personnel. Firefighters safely evacuated 29 people from neighbouring properties, and as a precaution, a 200-metre cordon was established. Working with the Metropolitan Police Service, around 150 people were evacuated to a rest centre. The first appliance was on scene within 5 minutes of mobilisation. LFB will continue to maintain an operational response at the scene throughout the day, assisting the national grid as they assess the site and attempt to restore power. LFB has been actively engaged in securing access for specialist power network engineers into the site, as we appreciate that restoration of power is our priority. London Fire Brigade has fire safety and fire investigation officers working with our scientific advisors and the Metropolitan Police to investigate the cause of the fire. Disruption is expected to continue, and we urge people to avoid the area where possible. I would like to conclude by taking this opportunity to thank firefighters and control officers for their courage and professionalism to bring this incident under control in what were very challenging circumstances. Happy to take any questions.
Hi there, Sky News. How are you monitoring the air quality in the area?
So we've got scientific advisors on site as we speak who are constantly monitoring the air quality, and I'm pleased to say at the moment there are no issues with the air quality as we stand, and we expect that to continue.
Robert Wright from the Financial Times. The Times newspaper. The Times is reporting that anti-terror police are looking at this as a possible terrorism-related incident. Can you comment on that?
Well, as you'll appreciate, I won't be able to comment on the investigations of the Metropolitan Police. All I can say is the Metropolitan Police are investigating the cause of this fire, ably assisted by our fire investigation officers, and we will, of course, assist with that process.
Yeah. I just told Channel 4 News. Residents here said it was taking a long time for them to get out. Can you just tell me how long you took to get these people out of their homes?
Well, the first thing that the crews had to do when they arrived was also to bring the situation under control and to put a cordon in place to stop the situation becoming even worse. Our priority in all of these circumstances is always to save and protect life, so any decision to hold residents back would have been taken by the incident commanders to ensure their safety and enable our crews to bring the incident under control.
And what can you tell us about this just acrid smell in the air and the back of the throat? You're saying that the air quality is fine. It doesn't seem it standing here.
No, well, the way the air... So we have very, very good scientific advisors who advise us to make sure that we are doing what we need to ensure the quality of the air. Now, as we stand at the moment, the foam blanket that we've been able to put onto the fuel that was on fire has contained that. And yes, there is still a smell in the air, but the safety of the air has been given the all clear by our scientific advice. We'll continue to monitor that and make sure that people have the reassurance that they need.
Has there been a fire at the substation here before?
I'm afraid I'm unaware of any history with this particular site.
And in terms of Heathrow Airport and there not being any sort of backup for the power there, can you sort of comment on why that might be?
Well, as you'll appreciate, there'll be a full debrief of this incident that will involve all of the partners that were part of this incident, and all of those questions will be raised during that debrief, so I'm unable to comment further on that point.
Are you able to estimate the cost of the fire?
I'm afraid I'm unable to give that detail.
How long will it take you to get this under control now? You said that 10%
So
still burning.
so as we stand at the moment, about 10% is still burning. We've got a foam layer that's on the fuel as we speak, and that is having the desired impact in terms of reducing the temperature of the fire. And we're now working with the National Grid and with SSE to make sure that we can restore power as soon as possible. So as we stand at the moment, this is one of those types of fire that burns for a significant period of time.
Because of the cooling.
Because of what we have to do is cool that down, and it's the nature of the cooling agent or the oil that was on fire, and that takes time to bring that under control. However, we are confident that we can work with our partners to restore power as soon as possible.
Do you have any hazmat officers? I mean, are there any hazardous materials on there that we need to be concerned about?
So no, so it goes back to the question around the air quality. So that's why we've got our scientific advisors on scene who constantly monitor the air quality to ensure that everyone has the reassurance that the air that you're breathing at the moment is safe.
So
And
there's
at the
no
moment,
hazmat need here whatsoever?
so we do have hazmat officers here just to maintain our confidence in our ability to deal with anything should it erupt again. But as we stand at the moment, the fire is under control, the air quality is good, and we don't anticipate any further safety issues for members of the public.
Just one more question, guys. Sorry, one more question. You've got to go.
You've spoken about your team working tirelessly through the night. I just wonder, were any firefighters or indeed any people here injured by the blaze?
So I'm pleased to report, as we stand at the moment, no one has been injured. Our firefighters, as you can imagine, worked incredibly hard in what were very, very arduous circumstances to bring the incident under control, but they did so professionally, they did so safely, and we don't have any injuries to report either to members of the public or to our firefighting crews. Apologies, everyone, that's the last question I'm able to take, but thank you very much for your questions. Thank you.
So that was the very latest from fire officials there at London's Heathrow Airport this Friday morning. You can see on your screen why the airport is closed today. More than 1,300 flight cancellation and delays due to a power outage that happened at the substation. As you heard, a fire crew's working diligently and still out there this Friday morning just to make sure nothing erupts again. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this breaking news alert. Here at 9:16 on the East Coast, we're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More Live Now from Fox coverage when we come back. 9:19 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, I want to take you out to the capital of Kenya, which is Nairobi. A compelling conversation underway. You're getting a look as the United Nations, the internal tribunal. This is pretty much what they call their court system, their appeals tribunal. Right now, they are reviewing internal United Nations disputes. Let's listen in, and I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following.
Of Mr. Shawan have, as at 23 May 2024, been executed. However, even if this were not so, we are not persuaded that the UNRWA DT erred, given that the statute does not provide, as a matter of right, that a partial execution be ordered, where other orders of the judgment are the subject of a partial appeal. We refuse Mr. Shawan's claim for compensation for alleged material and moral harm suffered by him due to the delay in the execution, given the lack of any evidentiary basis to support a claim for further compensation for harm, more so when we had previously awarded such compensation to him in a prior appeal. Since there is no evidence of a manifest abuse of the appeals process, costs are also not awarded against the Commissioner General. The appeal is therefore dismissed, and the judgment of the UNRWA DT is affirmed.
Case numbers 2024-1910 and 2024-1911, both styled as Antonio Ponce Gonzalez versus the Secretary General of the United Nations. Judge Colgan.
Antonio Ponce Gonzalez applies for revision of UNAT judgments numbered 2023-1344 and 1345. He has submitted two separate applications, and accordingly we are delivering two separate judgments, although the conclusions and reasoning in both are identical. Although these applications for revision were filed within the time limit required by the UNAT statute, Mr. Ponce Gonzalez has not satisfied the second necessary requirement, namely that the new facts be decisive of the earlier appeals. Mr. Ponce Gonzalez identified 7 distinct facts on which he relies to show that the UNAT judgments were erroneous and should be reversed. However, only the first 3 of those facts are new, meaning that they have been discovered after the UNAT's judgments were rendered. The remaining 4 facts were known or available to him before the appeals were decided, and therefore cannot qualify as new under Article 11(1) of the statute. The 3 truly new facts are contingent on those already known if they are to be decisive with respect to the previous UNAT judgments. However, those new facts alone do not meet the test for decisiveness. Mr. Ponce Gonzalez's applications for revision are dismissed.
Case number 2024-1912, Eamon Maki versus the Secretary General of the United Nations. Judge Forbang.
Mr. Maki, a former P5 senior peace building officer with the Office of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General for Yemen, filed an appeal of the United Nations Dispute Tribunal judgment which dismissed his application, challenging the decision not to renew his fixed-term appointment due to redundancy of his post after a staff review. The issue on appeal are whether the UNDT erred in finding the non-extension of Mr. Maki's appointment lawful, whether Mr. Maki's argument on the reclassification exercise are receivable, and whether the administration had an obligation to find Mr. Maki an alternative and suitable position following the abolition or reclassification exercise. We are satisfied that the explanation for the non-renewal of Mr. Maki's appointment was reasonable and logical. The non-renewal letter explained that the office conducted a staffing review aimed at rationalizing existing resources, which resulted in the redundancy of Mr. McKee's position. That consequently, his post would not be included in the next budget and his fixed-term appointment would not be renewed. We therefore agree with the UNDT that Mr. McKee did not have a legitimate expectation for the renewal of his fixed-term appointment and that the non-renewal of his appointment was not unlawful. We agree with the UNDT that the reclassification exercise was outside the scope of Mr. McKee's application, with the contested decision being the non-renewal of his fixed-term appointment and not the reclassification of his position. Finally, we find no merit in Mr. McKee's contention that the administration had an obligation under the staff rules to find him alternative or suitable employment following the abolition of his position. There is only such obligation if an appointment is terminated by the abolition of post or staff reduction exercise, not where, as in Mr. McKee's case, his fixed-term appointment had logically expired and was not renewed. We consequently dismiss the appeal and affirm the UNDT judgment.
Case number 2024-1913, the Secretary General of the United Nations versus Sandrine Guzel. Judge Colgan.
This is an appeal by the Secretary General against a UNDT judgment which found undue and unsatisfactory delay by the Advisory Board on Compensation Claims, or ABCC, in processing a claim to compensate the dependents of Jan Guzel, a staff member who died in service. The UNDT awarded two amounts of compensation for the delay of approximately 24 months between the filing and the payment of the claim. The first amount, equivalent to 6 months' net base salary of the deceased staff member, was awarded for moral damages, compensating the harm and losses experienced by the deceased's widow and child. The second amount, equivalent to 7 months' net base salary, was awarded for material losses arising from the inordinate procedural delay in processing the claim. We uphold the UNDT's order for compensation for moral harm of 6 months' net base salary. However, we find that while the UNDT was correct to have granted compensation for material damage, the amount of 7 months' net base salary was incorrect. We conclude that the appropriate method of calculating compensation was not by reference to the deceased's salary, but by directing the Secretary-General to pay interest on the arrears of periodic compensation for the period of undue delay and until those arrears were paid. The appeal is granted in part and the UNDT judgment is modified. The UNDT's order for compensation for material damages is set aside. In substitution, the Secretary-General is ordered to pay Mr. Guzel's dependents interest on the sum of US $293,461.63 at the applicable United States prime rate or rates for the period from 18 June 2019 to 1 July 2021. The combined amounts of compensation for moral harm and material losses shall not exceed, and if necessary will be capped at, the equivalent of 2 years' net base salary of the deceased staff member at the date of his death. This judgment becomes executable 60 days after its delivery on 21 March 2025, and if unpaid by then, an additional 5% per annum rate of interest is to be added to the compensation calculated above, and until such payment is made to the deceased's dependents.
Case number 2024-1914, Kofi Amani versus the Secretary General of the United Nations, Judge Shiha.
Mr. Amani, a former staff member of the United Nations Multi-Dimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali, filed an appeal of the UNDT judgment that dismissed his application challenging several decisions related to entitlements. The issue on appeal is whether the UNDT erred in finding that the application was not receivable ratione materia. In our view, the UNDT did not err. It was Mr. Amani's responsibility to submit a request for management evaluation for the contested decisions. When such a request was made for some of these decisions, he should have submitted that request timely. In respect of the alleged decision not to take into consideration the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on his final pay, we find that the UNDT did not err when it found that he failed to identify a reviewable administrative decision. The appeal is dismissed and the UNDT judgment is affirmed.
Case number 2024-1916, Sanjaya Bahel versus the Secretary General of the United Nations, Judge Gao.
In 2007, Mr. Bahel, a former staff member with the United Nations Secretariat, filed an appeal with the former Joint Disciplinary Committee challenging the administrative decision of 2006 to summarily dismiss him from service for misconduct. In 2009, the General Assembly abolished the former internal justice system and established the current one. The General Assembly decided that during the transition from the former to the current internal justice system, all cases pending before the Joint Appeals Board and the Joint Disciplinary Committees would be transferred as from the abolishment of these bodies to the Dispute Tribunal. At the time of the abolition of the Joint Disciplinary Committee in 2009, Mr. Bahel's case had not been decided by the Joint Disciplinary Committee. In 2019 and subsequently in 2023, Mr. Bahel wrote to the administration to obtain an update on the status of his case. In response, Mr. Bahel was informed that the administration considered his case closed due to his failure to pursue it for over 12 years. In January 2024, Mr. Bahel filed an application before the Dispute Tribunal seeking adjudication of his case. In the judgment, the UNDT found that Mr. Bahel has provided no evidence to support his assertion that his request for review had been pending before the Dispute Tribunal since July 2009. Taking into consideration Ms. Bahel's subsequent failure to pursue the claim for over 12 years and the absence of any record of a case transferred to it, the UNDT did not consider itself ceased the application filed in 2007 before the GDC and concluded that the application was not receivable, regionally matery. We find that the UNDT erred in dismissing Ms. Bahel's application as not receivable, regionally matery. It is uncontested that Mr. Bahel's case was pending before the former Joint Disciplinary Committee at the time of its abolition. It is also uncontested that Ms. Bahel filed a timely appeal in 2007, which should have been transferred from the Joint Disciplinary Committee in accordance with the relevant General Assembly's resolution and Article 2.7 of the UNDT statute. Since Mr. Bahill's case was required to have been transferred to the UNDT, it could not properly be rejected on the basis that it was not receivable, given Ms. Bahill's delay in prosecuting the matter. The fact that there was shortcomings in or between the old and new institutions in effecting the transfer of the case is not attributable to Ms. Bahill and must not disadvantage this case. The administration's communications in response to Ms. Bahill's requests for information on the status of his case were neither an administrative decision, nor was it the administration's decision to make regarding Mr. Bahill's proceedings. The opinion of the organization expressed that the matter was closed was not a decision of the UNDT and did not have the effect of closing the matter before the UNDT. Mr. Bahill's appeal is granted, the UNDT judgment is reversed, and the case is remanded to the UNDT for adjudication on the merits.
Case number 2024-1917, Humphreys Timothy Shumba versus the Secretary General of the United Nations. Judge Sandhu.
Mr. Shumba, a former staff member of the Office of the United Nations Population Fund, filed an application for interpretation of a UNAT judgment, which reversed the UNDT judgment that had dismissed his application challenging the decision of the administration to summarily dismiss him for serious misconduct. In the UNAT judgment, the UNAT rescinded the administration's decision and fixed compensation in lieu at 2 years net base salary. Mr. Shumba seeks guidance regarding the meaning and scope of the term net base salary as used in the UNAT judgment. We find that an application for interpretation is an appropriate mechanism to clarify the starting point for calculating compensation in lieu. Since the purpose of compensation in lieu is to place a staff member in the same position they would have been in had the organization complied with its contractual obligations, we conclude that compensation in lieu should be calculated as of the date when the breach of the staff member's contractual rights occurred. Therefore, we find that the Secretary General's calculation of 2 years net base salary based on Mr. Shumba's salary at the time of its separation from service is appropriate. We find that deductions made from the amount paid to Mr. Shumba is consistent with the purpose of compensation in lieu. This is the rationale for the award being net base salary, which presumes standard deductions to the gross base salary. Finally, regarding the exchange rate used, we find no basis for this claim. The application for interpretation is admitted in part.
Case number 2024-1918, Fernando Miguel Salon versus the Secretary General of the United Nations. Judge Sandhu.
Mr. Salon, a former staff member with the Office of Internal Oversight Services, files an application for interpretation of judgment number 2024 UNAT 1432 rendered by the Appeals Tribunal. In its judgment, the Appeals Tribunal dismissed Mr. Salon's appeal against the DT's judgment in which it found his claims of sustained harassment, abuse of authority, humiliation, and retaliation during his employment not receivable ratione materiae due to his failure to request management evaluation. We note that in the UNAT judgment, the Appeals Tribunal addressed and decided Mr. Salon's ground for his application for interpretation, namely the existence of his purported request for management evaluation. The Appeals Tribunal unequivocally held that Mr. Salon did not seek management evaluation before purporting to commence proceedings before the UNDT, and that a request for management evaluation is a mandatory step. Mr. Salon does not seek clarification of the UNAT judgment, but rather attempts to relitigate his case, which is not the appropriate use of the application for interpretation provisions. His application for interpretation is therefore not admitted.
Case number 2024-1919, Corinne Delphine Nda versus the Secretary General of the United Nations, Judge Gao.
Ms. Nda, a former staff member of the United Nations Population Fund, filed an appeal against the UNDT judgment that dismissed her application challenging the administration's decision to terminate her appointment based on facts anterior to her appointment, discovered after her appointment and deemed relevant to her suitability for the position of UNFPA representative to the Guinea Country Office. The issues on appeal are: 1. Whether the UNDT earned in finding that UNFPA lawfully terminated Mr. Ndao's appointment, and 2. Whether Mr. Ndao was afforded due process. We find that Mr. Ndao had a duty to promptly disclose to UNFPA that she was under investigation when she resigned from Oxfam. Had UNFPA been aware of this fact at the time of her appointment, it would have had doubts as to whether she met the standard of efficiency, competence, and integrity required of a staff member, particularly in her high-level position.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, a compelling conversation underway out in Nairobi, Kenya. On this Friday, the United Nations Appeals Tribunal reviewing internal disputes. On the right side of your screen, we continue to follow breaking news out in London as a fire has closed the Heathrow Airport. More than 1,300 cancellations on this Friday. And then that bottom box right here stateside, a live look out at the White House in Washington, D.C. as we are anticipating the 11 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, where President Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth will hold joint remarks. 9:41 here on the East Coast. Let's take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 9:43 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, I want to turn to a news alert. This coming in on X from Senator Peter Welch. It says, quote, "I'm demanding answers from the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security about the unlawful arrest and detention of Mahmoud Khalil." He goes on to say punishing someone for their political views violates the very foundations of our democracy. He also says that it should be condemned by every American. It's kind of cut off there, but that's that last sentence that Senator Welch says. Now, we've been following this story with our content partners out at Fox 5 New York. On this Friday, there was supposed to be a protest out in Louisiana as pro-Palestinian demonstrators are holding that protest in support of Mahmoud Khalil. We have not seen that feed come in just yet, but we are keeping a watchful eye on it. Of course, we wanted to share this news alert with you as this is a top story on this Friday. All right, let's go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, a live event underway as it relates to the Department of Education. The details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. A new live event coming into our Live Now from Fox studios. We are learning that a virtual press conference is underway. The details include a virtual press conference on President Donald Trump's executive order to dismantle the Department of Education and what it means for the state of public education across the country and in Massachusetts. We are learning that this press conference virtually is being led by Congresswoman Catherine Clark. Let's listen in.
And it doesn't end with public education and their plans to decimate the ability to provide all children with public education that serves their needs and abilities. What we're facing is not just about the gutting of the Department of Education, which the president does not have the authority to shutter. It's also about cutting Medicaid, stripping health care from our most vulnerable. Medicaid is actually a critical resource for our public schools, providing funding to pay for essential services like speech therapy, occupational therapy, skilled nursing, mental health, and even dental screenings. In fiscal year 24, that was $81 million in reimbursements for our public schools across the state. It's also about cutting research funding, ending jobs that working families rely on to put food on their table, but jobs that also mean life or death for those benefiting from the research they are working on. And these cuts are all intertwined. It bleeds into every part of our life for many of our working families. And so every child and every school in the nation will be impacted by Trump's education agenda, but it will hit our most vulnerable students the hardest. students with disabilities, students from low-income families, English and multilingual learners, kids from rural communities, and the same kids living in the households that will also be impacted by all the other cuts to our federal government. And he's not just targeting those most in need, he's forcing them to shoulder the burden in a crippling way, targeting everything from housing, healthcare, employment, and access to food. But that's why we're standing up across the country, because it's not just an attack on education, it's an attack on everyone. A true democracy also does not seek to limit access to knowledge, history, and our books, and a true democracy provides opportunities for everyone, not just some at the benefit, or not the expense of children and those who have the least to benefit those who already have more than what they need. It is simply an abuse of power, and it goes against the core of our democracy. Our fight, of course, is not just in Massachusetts alone, and that is why it is also an honor and privilege to be here today with President Randi Weingarten, who is our International Union President representing 1.8 million workers, teachers, paraprofessionals, school-related personnel, higher ed faculty, staff, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, local and state federal government employees, and early childhood educators. At the AFT, we are dedicated to the belief that every person in America deserves the freedom to thrive, fueled by opportunity, justice, and a voice in our democracy, and she has been on the front lines of the fights for those values and beliefs. So I'm going to turn it over now to President Weingarten.
Thank you, President Tang, and thank you, Representative Clark. And I am honored to be with you today. I am sorry that I am in a car racing from place to place as we do this. But I wanted to be with you because what is going on right now is a travesty for the future of our country and the future of our kids. Massachusetts, there's lots of states and territories in the country. Massachusetts has, by and large, been a shining star in terms of education. And a lot of that is because of the work that Representative Clark has done, both in the state and in the Congress. A lot of that is because of the work that Jessica Tang has done. A lot of that is because of the work that our sisters and brothers and other siblings in NEA have done, the teachers in Massachusetts have done, the people in power in Massachusetts have done to invest in the schools that our kids deserve. And so Massachusetts has done a lot of work as a state to control its education system and to make it the best it can be. What the federal government does, what the Department of Education does, is that it is about opportunity, fill the opportunity gaps, to level the playing field that we have seen in other types when we don't have it. And so that is what Donald Trump just cut yesterday. That is what they did when they say dismantle the Department of Education. It is taking away, as Jessica talked about, the kinds of things that create that kind of opportunity. So at the end of the day, we are fighting it because we are fighting to ensure that all kids have the opportunity to thrive, that all kids are in a safe and welcoming environment every single day, and that all kids end up having what they need to ensure that they have relevant, engaging curriculum. And what does that mean in terms of dollars and cents? Just take Massachusetts for a second. Title I, 26 million kids nationally get Title I. What does it mean if Title I goes to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk? What does it mean? $297 million to Massachusetts. What does that mean per child? $5,400 per child. How is Massachusetts going to find that? How are working people going to find that? Why would you take away a reading specialist, a summer school program, an after-school program for kids who were vulnerable? Why would you do that to give Elon Musk a tax cut? That's what we're talking about here. And the last thing I'll say is this. As a nation that believes in a future, how is it that one of the first things that this new president does is to say they are abandoning the federal role in education? They are cutting research grants for schools and universities that end up getting research grants to try to cure cancer. They are attacking libraries. They are attacking universities. Why, in a nation that believes in our future, would we curtail and abandon the federal role in helping kids learn, in helping create a generation of scholars and scientists and engineers and the next president of the United States? Why would one do that? No president, Republican or Democrat, has ever taken a hatchet to educational opportunity in the way that this one has. And that is why we are fighting for our future and to protect our children. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you so much, President Weingarten, and thank you for all you're doing on the front lines. And leading the fight in Congress is Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, our very own Congresswoman from Massachusetts representing the 5th District. And she knows both what we're facing here in Massachusetts, but also all across the nation. And she brings the perspective not just as a legislator, but also that of a former school board member from her work in the Massachusetts Office of Child Care Services and as a policy chief for the Mass Attorney General. And so thank you so much, Representative Clark, for being here this morning too.
Oh, thank you, President Tang and President Weingarten. It is a pleasure to be here with you. And to every AFT member across our Commonwealth, thank you for leading the fight. Because we know now is the time for solidarity. Now is the time to stand together and stand strong. Teachers and parents, neighbors and classmates, we are in this together. We have to be, because we are so far past normal politics. This is an all-out war on the working class. They have declared war on our healthcare, on housing, on Social Security, on hungry families, on our veterans, and now they have declared war on our children. It has been laid out this morning, and it is clear. Trump is defunding our public schools. He's firing teachers, abandoning students, ballooning class sizes, gutting special education, and libraries and Pell Grants. This is stealing from the 90% of kids in our country who go to public school. And it is stealing the future of our country. Parents are in a panic. And just as he's dragging us into a recession, what is this all for? It's so a wealthy few can pocket money they don't need and won't notice. And my question is, where are my Republican colleagues? Where's the party that campaigned on a promise to fight for working families, that promised affordability, prosperity, and opportunity? They are falling in line with this corrupt agenda. And they're doing exactly what they're told to do instead of doing what's right. Because billionaires bankroll their campaigns and they expect a return on investment. That's the promise, not the promise to our kids and families that matters the most to the House GOP. And so we are going to stand together and fight back. We're going to take this fight to the House floor. We're going to take it to the courts, and we will take it to our communities and the streets. We will not let Republicans walk away from their promises. We will not let them get away with turning on their own constituents. And they certainly can't hide from the parents of this country. We know the stakes here. We know we're up against some powerful people, but there's a lot more of us. The American people are on our side. The truth is on our side. And the truth that education is not a privilege of the few. It is a birthright of every child, of every background, in every part of this country. That's what we're fighting for, and we will keep it up. And I'm so glad to be in partnership with AFT and the people across the country that understand we will not be a strong democracy without strong public schools.
Thank you so much, Representative Clark. I'm going to pass it over to Emily to take questions, but I'll just summarize by saying this executive order really does go against the core of our democracy, which is one of our most basic values as a nation. This idea that every child should have opportunity to succeed. And so we are here again to say that we will not back down from this fight to protect our nation's future, and we will double down on protecting what government is supposed to be about, which is making lives for working people better for everyone, beginning with equitable access to education and knowledge for our children. So Emily, turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you. If there are any questions from reporters, please raise your virtual hand and we will call on you. Okay. Mark Grunberg. And Mark, if you could just let us know what outlet you're with.
Yes, thank you. I'm with Press Associates Union News Service, but this is a broader question. In so many words, do the Republicans even share the assumption that we should be a democracy? Do they want a theocracy or an autocracy or a dictatorship or a what? We've got a civics teacher on here. We've got a social studies teacher on here. We've got someone who served on a school board on here. Take a shot at that.
I mean, I can start just saying, I taught social studies and civics. And, what's happening in our government right now flies against everything that I've ever taught about how democracy is supposed to work. Mm-hmm. And so, again, yes, this is about dismantling the public education, but I'm very concerned this is actually much more than that. This is about backsliding of democracy, and the things that are happening are things that happen in authoritarian governments. As historians, we know this, we see this.
Mm-hmm. Randy?
So, Mark, for those who don't, I taught civics and AP Gov at Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm actually still on leave from my teaching position. Always kind of wanting to go back to it. Right. But what's happening is there's three things that are going on that, and Representative Clark said it and Jess said it, but when you combine the deprivation agenda that's going on right now in terms of the Republicans taking away food, taking away farmer subsidies, all tariffs. There are some tariffs that are important and targeted, but basically creating this kind of uncertainty in terms of the economy, hurting the same working people that you said you were going to help in order to help the rich, who, as Representative Clark said, don't need it. So you're creating a deprivation agenda in order to help people who just keep you in power, and then at the same exact time, attack knowledge in all these different kinds of ways. That is the authoritarian agenda. That is what we've seen in the past. That's what's going on in terms of Hungary. So I think you know the answer to that. The question for us is, what do we do about it? And how do we make sure that, that the working people who we all, have been elected in different ways to represent, and the students that we are charged have a responsibility to educate, how do we fight for them? And how do we create the contrast? And that's what we're doing.
Representative Clark, did you want to add anything?
I think that Jessica and Randy have said, and I appreciate from the teacher perspective, but from the lawyer perspective, we know this is a full-on attack on fundamental civil rights, on what makes our democracy. It is certainly an attack on the Constitution and the framework and the rule of law that we operate under. But there is nothing more democratic than the concept that every child can show up wherever they live and attend a public school that can give them the opportunity to be what they want to be, give them the skills and the learning, allow them to enjoy art and music and sports, all those things that are so important to educating our children, educating a people. And so this executive order, they're even admitting is illegal and unconstitutional, but proceeding with it anyhow. Just really, there's so many things they are attacking, the First Amendment, due process, but this one really goes at the heart of it and is saying to families who are having a hard time making ends meet and feel like they just can't get ahead, and that certainly survival is the new winning, not success, that we see you and we are deciding to take the rug right out from under you, to make sure that we are taking away everything that helps you provide for your family, whether that's a job that pays well and has paid leave, whether that's the ability to access healthcare. And now we're saying we don't think your children have the right to go to a good, strong public school. And it's based on so much misinformation. As Jessica pointed out, already state and local governments are the ones that set the curriculum, that purchase books for our libraries and schools, that make decisions around what textbooks to use. And there's a tell here, as there's been with so many things that this administration has done. They start by firing inspector generals, by firing the lawyers who are there to make sure that rules are applied fairly and that we uphold the law. And in this case, the first thing they did was cut the Institute of Educational Science that measures student achievement, so that we have no way to look back and say, what are the impact on unraveling this department on students and families? So they are telling us every single day. And while they're saying they won't touch Title I, that things will be okay, that we're being alarmist, they have written it down in their handbook in Project 2025, that elimination of Title I is the goal. So we're going to meet this moment with the same force that they are, and make sure that families across this country who are working hard and may have put their trust and vote for this administration, the level of betrayal that this administration is showing towards them.
We're listening here as officials, their lawmakers, also discussing what's going to come next regarding the Department of Education. I do want to bring up this live picture over at the White House in Washington, D.C. Now, a reminder that this discussion on the future of education across the country and the control that the federal government has comes just a day after President Trump signed an executive order calling for the dismantling of the U.S. Education Department, advancing a campaign promise to take apart an agency that's been a longtime target of conservatives. We do want to step away for our first commercial break of this hour. Many more of your top stories next. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us this morning here at Live Now from Fox on this Friday, March 21st. I'm your host, Carla Hara. We're going to turn our attention now to some of your international headlines. A Live Now look at Al-Aqsa Hospital over in Gaza, because we do want to detail the latest regarding some of these conflicts within the Middle East, most notably the war still going on between Israel and Hamas. This comes as Israel's defense minister said on Friday that he has ordered ground forces to advance deeper into the Gaza Strip. At this time, we are seeing the UN Security Council holding a briefing on several of these topics and Middle Eastern conflicts. Let's head to this discussion next, live.
From 7th of December until the ceasefire and hostage release deal took effect on 19th of January, hostilities in Gaza continued, resulting in high numbers of Palestinian casualties, continued massive displacement of civilians, and widespread destruction, including to civilian infrastructure. Palestinian armed groups continued to hold hostages in horrific conditions and fired rockets indiscriminately towards Israel. Since the ceasefire took effect on the 19th of January, 25 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals have been released by Hamas and other armed groups, as well as the remains of 8 hostages who were killed on 7th of October or whilst in captivity, amongst them 2 children. Released hostages have described or exhibited signs of serious ill treatment. During the reporting period, 1,777 Palestinian prisoners and detainees were released by Israel. Some reported serious ill treatment, sexual abuse, and humiliation during detention. In the reporting period, at least 21 UN personnel were killed in Gaza. Meanwhile, violence in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continued at alarming levels. 123 Palestinians, including 6 women and 19 children, were killed during ISF airstrikes, operations, armed exchanges, demonstrations, and other incidents. Most Palestinians were killed in the context of Israeli operations in Area A, including during exchanges of fire with armed Palestinians. 924 Palestinians, including 220 children, were injured by the ISF, including 361 by tear gas inhalation and 299 by live ammunition. 117 Palestinians, including 6 children, were injured by settlers. Madam President, according to Israeli sources, 10 Israelis, including 2 children and 3 women, and 5 security services personnel were killed, and another 96, including at least 3 children and 10 women, and 32 ISF personnel were injured by Palestinians in shooting, stabbing, and ramming attacks and other incidents. The ISF arrested 1,711 Palestinians during operations in the occupied West Bank. Israel currently holds at least 9,406 Palestinians, including 3,405 in administrative detention, according to the Israeli Prison Service. On the 19th of February, Israel's military advocate general indicted 5 IDF reservists for serious abuse, including sexual abuse of a Palestinian detainee on the Sdei Teiman facility. On 17th of January, a Palestinian security forces operation that began on the 5th of December against armed groups in the Jenin refugee camp ended with 16 Palestinians killed, including 6 PSF personnel. On the 21st of January, Israel's largest operation in the occupied West Bank since 2002 began and has since expanded across the northern West Bank in what Israeli authorities described as a counter-terrorism operation. This has included the continued use of airstrikes and the deployment of tanks for the first time since 2002, and the demolition of residential buildings and civilian infrastructure and displacing 40,000 people. On the 9th of February, Israeli operations expanded into Nur Shams camp in Tulkarem, where IDF soldiers shot and killed 2 Palestinian women, one of whom was pregnant. 2 Palestinian children were killed by Israeli soldiers in separate incidents in Jenin and Hebron on 21st of February, bringing the total number of children killed to 8 across the occupied West Bank since the operation began. The IDF demolished 23 residential buildings in Jenin refugee camp on the 2nd of February, and another 14 in Tulkarm refugee camp on 18th of February, stating it was targeting terrorist infrastructure. The Jenin, Tulkarm and Nur Shams refugee camps have been nearly emptied of their residents. The IDF has also expanded widespread movement restrictions across the occupied West Bank since the 21st of January, including access to essential services and economic activity. On the 23rd of February, the Israeli government stated that the IDF will remain in some of the refugee camps for the coming year and that their residents will not be able to return. Settler-related violence continued throughout the reporting period. Between the 15th and 20th of January alone, for example, large groups of Israeli settlers attacked 11 Palestinian towns and villages across the occupied West Bank, injuring 17 Palestinians, including 2 children, and damaging property. Palestinian attacks against Israelis also continued. In Palestinian shooting attacks on vehicles on the occupied West Bank, a 10-year-old Israeli child was killed and 3 Israelis injured on 11th of December. And 2 elderly Israeli women and 1 policeman were killed and 8 people injured on the 6th of January. Madam President, the Security Council, in its resolution 2334, called upon both parties to refrain from provocative actions, incitement and inflammatory rhetoric. Unfortunately, such acts have continued. Hamas officials continue to call for violence and attacks against Israelis and encourage escalation throughout the occupied West Bank. Palestinian officials, social media and media channels continue to glorify the perpetrators of attacks against Israelis. Senior Israeli officials continue to call for the displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, a return to full-scale war and re-establishment of settlements in Gaza. 2 ministers called on the prime ministers to, citation, open the gates of hell, end of citation, on Gaza if all hostages are not released, taking over the entire strip, removing its population and cutting off electricity, water and humanitarian assistance. Some Israeli officials continue to call for the annexation of all or parts of the occupied West Bank. Madam President, Resolution 2334 reiterated calls by the Middle East Quartet for affirmative steps to be taken immediately to reverse negative trends on the ground that are imperiling the 2-state solution. End of citation. When the ceasefire came into force on the 19th of January, the surge in the entry of supplies into Gaza and improved access enabled expanded delivery of life-saving assistance and services across Gaza by UN agencies and other humanitarian actors. Over 57,000 metric tons of food was brought into the Gaza Strip in the first month, and more than 1.9 million people have received food parcels since the ceasefire began. However, since the 2nd of March, the entry of all humanitarian and commercial supplies into Gaza have been halted by the Israeli authorities, severely impacting humanitarian operations. Israel has also cut power to southern Gaza's desalination plant, limiting clean water access for 600,000 people. On the 1st of February, medical evacuations started through Rafah crossing into Egypt. According to the WHO, between 12,000 and 14,000 people, including over 4,500 children, remain in urgent need of medical evacuation. On the 18th of February, the World Bank, the UN, and the EU, in consultation with the Palestinian Authority, released the interim rapid damage and needs assessment report for Gaza and the occupied West Bank. This estimated $53.2 billion is needed over the next decade, primarily for Gaza. On the 30th of January, Israeli legislation that seeks to prevent UNRWA from operating in the territory that Israel regards as being part of the State of Israel, which includes East Jerusalem, came into effect. On 18th of February, Israeli forces and municipality personnel forcefully entered the UNRWA Kalandia training center in East Jerusalem, fired tear gas and sound bombs in its vicinity, and ordered its immediate evacuation, impacting at least 350 students and 30 staff members. Israeli police officers also went to several UNRWA schools in occupied East Jerusalem and ordered their closure. The PA's financial situation remains precarious. On the 12th of January, the Israeli Minister of Finance announced the full repayment of debt it claims was owed by the PA to the Israeli Electric Company by transferring 550 million of the 1.2 billion of Palestinian clearance revenues that Israel has withheld from the PA since October 2023. President Abbas issued a decree on 10th of February cancelling payments by the PA to families of Palestinians killed during or imprisoned following attacks on Israelis. The decree specified that social welfare support based on need will be provided to families through a separate entity. Madam President, in Resolution 2334, the Security Council also called upon all states, and I quote, to distinguish in their relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. End citation. No new steps are known to have been taken in the reporting period. Resolution 2334 also called upon, I quote, all parties to continue inter alia to exert collective efforts to launch credible negotiations on all final status issues in the Middle East peace process. End quote. On 19th of January and 17th of February, the third and fourth meeting of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution were held in Oslo and Cairo, respectively. The meetings continue to advance efforts towards the implementation of the two-state solution while supporting the ceasefire and hostage release deal. On March 4th, Egypt hosted an emergency summit of the League of Arab States, which endorsed the Arab Islamic Gaza reconstruction plan prepared by Egypt and the Palestinian Authority. Madam President, in closing, allow me to share the Secretary General's observations on the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2334. 1. The Secretary General once again strongly condemns the horrific acts of terror by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on the 7th of October 2023 and the continued holding of hostages in Gaza. Hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. The Secretary General also condemns the reported ill treatment of hostages, as well as the fact that there are reasonable grounds to believe the hostages may be subjected to sexual violence and abuse. The Secretary General also reiterates his condemnation of Hamas' abhorrent public displays accompanying the release of living and deceased hostages. While in captivity, hostages must be treated humanely and allowed to receive assistance from the International Committee of the Red Cross. 2. The Secretary General again unequivocally condemns the widespread killing and injury of civilians and the destruction of civilian infrastructure in Gaza. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. He mourns UN staff killed in Gaza and strongly condemns the killing of all humanitarian personnel. The Secretary General reiterates his call for the full investigation of all such incidents and accountability for any violations of international law that may have been committed. He also strongly condemns the reported ill treatment, including sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners and detainees in Israeli detention facilities, and recalls that their release must also be carried out in a dignified manner. He stresses the importance of ensuring the humane treatment of all individuals deprived of their liberty, including freedom from any form of torture and abuse. 3. The Secretary General also condemns indiscriminate attacks and the use of human shields, which are prohibited by international humanitarian law. He urges all parties to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. 4. The Secretary General reiterates his call for a sustained ceasefire and urges the parties to redouble efforts to end human suffering. He commends the efforts of the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, to facilitate the implementation of the deal in full, as well as concerted international efforts, including in the region, to support an end to the war and plan for recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. He rejects the forced displacement of the Palestinian population from any part of the occupied Palestinian territory, which would constitute a grave violation of international human rights and humanitarian law. The Secretary General strongly rejects any form of ethnic cleansing. 5. The Secretary General is appalled at the horrific humanitarian situation. Humanitarian aid is not negotiable. While the surge in humanitarian aid has been crucial to saving lives in Gaza, the humanitarian situation remains catastrophic. The UN has proven that with access, the coordinated response can deliver aid people need. The Secretary General strongly condemns the halting of humanitarian assistance into Gaza by Israeli authorities. and urges the immediate resumption of humanitarian and commercial deliveries. 6. The escalation of violence in the occupied West Bank is deeply troubling. Alongside the rising death toll, Palestine refugee camps in the northern West Bank are being emptied and are sustaining massive infrastructural damage during Israeli operations. The number of displaced Palestinians continues to rise, and residents continue to be denied the right to return home. The Secretary General is deeply concerned by any long-term presence of Israeli security forces in the camps, which would further undermine the Palestinian Authority and be contrary to Israel's obligation to end its unlawful continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as affirmed by the International Court of Justice. 7. The Secretary General urges security forces to exercise maximum restraint and use lethal force only when it's strictly unavoidable to protect life. He strongly condemns all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror. The Secretary General is alarmed by the lethal attacks carried out by Israeli settlers against Palestinians, including sometimes in the proximity and with the support of the Israeli security forces, as well as by Palestinians against Israelis. All perpetrators must be held accountable. The continued use of heavy weaponry in the occupied West Bank, including in residential areas, is extremely concerning. The Secretary General also recalls that Israel, as the occupying power, has a responsibility to ensure that the civilian population is protected against all acts of violence. The relentless expansion of Israeli settlements, 8, is dramatically altering the landscape and demographics of the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Palestinians are increasingly confined into shrinking and disconnected areas, presenting an existential threat to the prospect of a contiguous, viable, independent Palestinian state. The Secretary General reiterates that settlements have no legal validity and constitute a flagrant violation of international law. The demolition and seizure of Palestinian-owned structures entail numerous human rights violations and raise concerns about the risk of forcible transfer. The Secretary General once again urges the government of Israel to abide by its obligation under international law and recall the finding by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion of 19th of July 2024, which declared inter alia that the State of Israel is under an obligation to cease immediately all new settlement activities and to evacuate all settlers from the occupied Palestinian territory. 9. The Secretary General reiterates his call to the parties for the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem to be respected and upheld, taking into account the special and historic role of Jordan. 10. The implementation of 2 Knesset laws concerning UNRWA could dramatically hinder efforts to ease human suffering. The Secretary General reiterates there is no alternative to UNRWA. He condemns the breach of the inviolability of the United Nations premises in the occupied Palestinian territory and the attempt to forcibly enter UNRWA schools and to seek their closure. National legislation cannot alter Israel's obligation under international law. 11. The Secretary General welcomes ongoing efforts by regional countries, international partners and the Palestinian Authority to plan for Gaza's reconstruction, including the Gaza Reconstruction Plan endorsed by and at the Arab League Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The UN will continue to work closely with the Palestinian Authority and all stakeholders to ensure a future for Gaza that provides for protection, recovery and reconstruction for Palestinians to remain in Gaza and security for Israel. This will require establishing appropriate security and governance frameworks. Gaza and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, must be treated as one, politically, economically and administratively. 12. We must work collectively to establish a political framework that outlines tangible, irreversible and time-bound steps. The occupation must end as rapidly as possible. A viable 2-state solution, Israel and Palestine, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace and security on the basis of United Nations resolutions, previous agreements and international law, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, is long overdue. The United Nations will continue to support all efforts towards that goal. End of reading. Thank you.
We're listening here to the UN Security Council continuing to discuss the humanitarian crisis that is ongoing in Gaza as the fighting between Israel and Hamas continues. A live now look at Al-Aqsa Hospital in Gaza. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of your live events next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are heading down to Manhattan. The Live Now look there over in downtown. And next, we're going to be hearing from New York's Governor Kathy Hochul, along with other state and local leaders, discussing congestion pricing now that the Trump administration has halted the deadline for New York City to eliminate it.
It's good for the meatpacking district, and it's certainly good for the region. The easier we make navigating all that makes this city special, the better. And easing traffic flow makes streets quieter and more efficient. And if there's one thing business loves, it's efficiency. Whether it's making sure that spring collection hits the racks on time or delivering freshest produce to our kitchens, when the movement of people and goods are prioritized, we all succeed. Spring has sprung in meatpacking, and we are excited to welcome you here in any way, shape, or form you choose to get here. Thank you again, Governor Hochul, and to all of you for being here today. Traffic is down and business is up. 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 Traffic is down and business is up.
Really great. Let's hear from Dana Dennis, the senior organizer of the Riders Alliance. There she is.
Good to see you again. Okay, all right, my folks are here. Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Governor Hochul, first of all, for inviting me to speak today. It really is an honor, someone who's been fighting on this for years, to be here with all of our leaders, alongside our fellow transit advocates. I see a lot of the Riders Alliance members here, so I'm going to shout them out, of course. All right, subway and bus riders are essential to our city, and all of you who really are committed to improving our transit system across New York City. It really is the lifeblood of our city, and we say it all the time, but transit is at the intersection of so many of our issues. We already heard about housing, safety, getting to your medical appointments. Anything really that you're accessing in this city, transit is important to that. And so we gather here today to not only rally for congestion relief, but also to defend the progress that we've made. Can we just clap for that, right? We have made progress. We have been in a fight for the last couple of months, years, some of us. for better public transit. And let's be clear, it's about more than just a toll. It's about the future of our public transportation, our communities, and the very air that we breathe, right? That's what's at stake here. So with congestion relief, we have a sustainable funding source for our transit system. And this program really is a lifeline for investments for our buses, subways, and the infrastructure that supports them. Most of that infrastructure is outdated, let's be real. So we're looking forward to the updates of that. And unfortunately, we are facing significant opposition to this program, right? We have folks who want to turn off the cameras, which, as you heard the governor say, we're not turning them off, so thank God for that, on our tolling system. They want to roll back some of that progress that we fought so hard to achieve. And I want to tell you all, and I hope that you remember this, we will not back down. We all know what's at stake here. We understand the powerful impact, and we understand that the funding is needed so that we can create a safer, faster, and more efficient transit system. It's about ensuring that our subways and our bus lines are not only reliable, but they're also accessible for everyone, especially those who need it the most. Elevators are for everyone. So while we champion congestion pricing today, let's also spotlight the pressing need for our transit systems that exist, right? So we still have many critical infrastructure needs. We have requirements that demand immediate attention. We need updated signals to ensure that we have timely service. We need more elevators, as I've already said. We need faster buses that respect the times of riders. We all have places to go. We have families that we want to get home to. We have a city to access. Let's respect the time of the commuters. And every day, I want to tell you, I hear from riders day in, day out that are facing challenges in our system. And they're not just statistics. These are real people. They have real stories behind their lives. Every time they swipe, there are mothers who are carrying strollers up endless flights of steps. There are seniors who are struggling with heavy bags every day. Everyone in between, right, deserves a reliable system. And I'm just going to wrap it up by saying we also need to protect congestion relief, but we need to make sure that we get a reliable capital plan this year as well. So I'm just going to throw that in there. Yes, we need it to be fully funded. We need to make sure that we address that. And the voices of riders must echo in the halls of power. And I think that they are. I see a lot of leaders here today from Albany, and I know they're going to get it done. We are, again, so grateful to stand with the governor today. We want to make sure that the needs of riders are uplifted and championed. And so today, I want to just say thank you for standing with us, for everyone who's out here, and for the support that you're doing for fighting for a better transportation and future in New York City. Thank you, everyone.
Congestion pricing works. Congestion pricing works. Congestion pricing works. Congestion pricing works. Congestion pricing works.
Hi guys, unas cuantas palabras en español para nuestros televidentes en casa. Estamos aquí con la gobernadora celebrando el descongestionamiento que estamos viendo en las calles de Nueva York. Las carreteras están fluyendo, los autobuses se están moviendo.
As you hear, of course, they're making some remarks in Spanish for any of the Spanish-speaking media that is in attendance for this rally being held in downtown Manhattan. Just behind the podium there, you can see New York Governor's Kathy Hochul. And just a little bit of a briefing here for anyone who may not be too familiar with this story. Fox 5 in New York, of course, covering it extensively as they say that the Trump administration is pushing its deadline for New York to comply with its order to halt Manhattan's new congestion pricing plan. The deadline, originally slated for today, was extended by 30 days, meaning the federal government is demanding New York Governor Kathy Hochul to kill the first in the U.S. toll by mid-April. Now, we did hear some remarks from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who posted on X, quote, directed toward the New York governor. Your refusal to end cordon pricing and your open disrespect towards the federal government is unacceptable. Just as your high tolls and no free road option are a slap in the face to hardworking Americans. Your refusal to approve two vital pipelines that will lower fuel costs by 50% are against the public's best interest. We're seeing there the governor speaking. Let's listen again.
It's people, it's businesses, our visitors, in a way that we get around so more people can see and embrace the vitality of the greatest city on earth. Thank you, everybody.
Congestion pricing works. 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 Congestion pricing works.
It sure does. Hold on. For our colleagues in the press, we're going to take maybe two questions from folks who weren't able to ride the bus with us. We'll do Evan and then Henry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Governor.
Good morning.
The Trump regime has made it pretty clear that they intend to use, not just in this instance, but they intend to use funding as a cudgel wherever they can. Can you talk a little bit, with the conversation upcoming about the capital plan, what can the state of New York do to fortify transit and make that less of a threat?
I feel confident in the long-term viability of congestion pricing, which is a significant funding source to fund the $15 billion, part of our previous capital plan. The threats, I think there's always going to be threats coming out of Washington. Tweets from secretaries. I have a direct communication line to the president, and I feel confident that we'll find a path forward that sustains this important source of not just revenue, but a way that stimulates a quality of life and a vitality in the city that we've not seen in a long time.
Hi, Governor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the threat from Secretary Duffy that followed the 30-day delay notice was actually the second time the Trump administration threatened transportation funding. The first time was earlier in the week over safety on Fox News. The mayor has suggested that Department of Transportation officials need to get down here and see congestion pricing firsthand, see safety efforts firsthand. Do you have any plan? Have you discussed with the president having representatives come to New York City, see these efforts firsthand, see what you're calling results of these initiatives?
No, I presented information in a very nice, colorful booklet that had all the data. And I went again last Friday to update that data, which is continuing to improve. They're always welcome to come here. I can assure them a very fast commute around the city when they come. Join me on a bus or on a subway ride. And no, I do, we don't have to be at war over this. I think sometimes people have to play to certain political actors. But our president is a New Yorker. He understands that we don't exist without a highly functioning, effective, safe subway system. So if they want to help us make it even safer, despite the fact that we're down 24% in crimes from last year, down 29% since 2019, down 50% since 2001, I think we can do better. Send us my money, and we'll continue to do that. So we will work with you to get that done.
Bravo.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you coming out. One more question. I got to take the subway. They're not waiting for me. I got to go.
What guardrails? Oh, sorry. Thank you. What guardrails do you have in your talks with President Trump when it comes to a possible deal to keep congestion pricing alive? Is there anything he's proposed that is completely off the table?
No, again, I'm appealing to him as a New Yorker who has property here, has employees here, has friends here, and I encourage him to just, again, be open-minded to the benefits. Again, a lot of people were against this in the beginning. A lot of people tried to politicize this. And now we're starting to see more people who are understanding that they may have said no on the front end, but now they're benefiting from that. The more those stories get out, the more the message will get to Washington and the leaders there about this is something that is working. And let us manage our own traffic. I'll let this, if the Secretary of Transportation's so worried about safety, why don't you look upward and worry about safety in the skies, which you actually have control over, and we'll take care of safety here. But if you want to help us, we'll take the resources. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate
this.
And you just heard there from New York's Governor Kathy Hochul speaking with other state and local leaders, business owners as well, discussing congestion pricing now that we know that the Trump administration has pushed back that deadline originally meant for today. Now, you heard there from Governor Hochul. She continues to vow an orderly resistance to that federal order, emphasizing New York's determination to uphold the congestion pricing system, which is meant to thin traffic and bring new revenue into the MTA. A live now look in downtown Manhattan. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's dip back into this discussion being held by the United Nations concerning the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
China is gravely concerned about the breakdown of the Hot One ceasefire. The stark contrast between the 15-month-long bloody conflict and the 42-day ceasefire speaks volumes. Resuming the fighting is not the right way to bring back hostages. It only results in more killings. Securing a durable ceasefire is the best way to save lives and bring hostages home, and it is an overriding priority. We urge Israel to abandon its obsession with the use of force, immediately cease its military operations against Gaza, and lift blockade.
While we're listening here to the United Nations Security Council, I do want to pivot to this other playback tape that we are getting. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky meeting with the president of the Czech Republic to discuss his ongoing war with Russia. Let's take a look.
Welcome today in Kyiv, President of Czechia, the state that consistently supports us. And Ukraine is grateful for all the support. Today we've started our day and our meeting with Petr in Mashun in Kyiv region, and that is a very symbolic place, very memorable for everybody in Ukraine, for all Ukrainians. The battle for Mashun against the Russian occupants had very great importance for the defense of Kyiv and therefore for all of our state. And today we have together commemorated the memory of our fallen warriors who fought for the freedom of Ukraine, and we thanked all the heroes thanks to whom we stand in Ukrainian capital, in Kyiv, in our independent state. And it will always be like that. We will definitely preserve the independence of Ukraine. On the day before, Mr. President of Czechia was in Odessa and became a witness of a large-scale Russian attack against our city of Odessa, against all of our countries. There were more than 200 attack drones, more of those Shahed drones. Significant damages occurred in Odessa of just regular buildings, trade centers, stores. Regrettably, people were hit, and practically each day in Ukraine is accompanied by such Russian attacks, and therefore it is very important to further support Ukraine, our people, our air defense, our warriors, our resilience. Of course, we support the necessity of strong diplomacy, and we want to end the war as soon as possible. But we always remember that only that diplomacy can be called strong that helps to put pressure on the reason for the war, on the aggressor. And every day the world obtains new and new evidence that the sole reason for this war is Putin, is his Russia. For more than a week now, there is a proposal for the full ceasefire at the table, and there is no silence only because this offer is not accepted by Putin. Therefore, we need pressure against Russia, and today we've discussed with President of Czechia all key details on the situation on the battlefield and overall the details of the war, and we appreciate Czech initiative regarding our help to Ukraine in artillery, and we work together for this initiative to be efficient this year as well. And I have informed Mr. President on the conversation with President Trump and on the preparation of our teams to the new meeting in Saudi Arabia in the near future. We're grateful for the support. We've also discussed a common European work for the security guarantees for Ukraine, and we hope that Czechia will be a strong participant of the new system of security guarantees for Ukraine and in the perspective for whole of Europe. We've discussed also certain issues on the defense production. Our teams, Ukraine and Czech teams, have concrete projects, and each right idea for the development of our defensive capabilities must be implemented, and today some agreements will be implemented right away. Ukraine is grateful to Czechia for the support to our state in the relationships on the level of EU. Now, regrettably, certain negotiations slowed regarding our accession to the EU, and all because of the obstruction from the representatives of our one country, obstruction of the work of Ukraine and all other EU member states. We believe that EU needs more unity, more speed, and more opportunities to do what has been promised. Ukraine fulfills its obligations on the membership requirements, and the negotiation process must correspond with that. Also, Czechia supports joint European decisions regarding support to Ukraine, in particular defensive and financial support, and that works truly for the common security. And one more thing, Czechia now during this war received hundreds of thousands of our people, Ukrainians, received them with respect and sincere desire to help. And I'd like to express my gratitude for this respect to Ukraine, for this respect and such warm attitude, humane attitude to Ukrainians. And we have an agreement on the opening in Prague of the Center of Unity for Ukrainians, you know, within this state program. This would be a special hub where all the aid to our people will be concentrated. We already have the premises, we have the financing for that. Also, all economic and humanitarian work of Czechia and Ukraine is important, and that in particular touches the reconstruction. There was a decision of Czechia's patronage over our Dnipro region. The issues of development, I'd like to thank you. And there was also a decision on the reconstruction and the equipment of 6 hospitals. Thank you so much, Peter, for that. The hospitals in 6 cities of Ukraine: Dnipro, Kryvyi Rih, Lutsk, Lviv, Rivne, Kyiv. We must join other countries to such projects, because there are many destroyed hospitals by Russia, regrettably. Thank you so much for this visit. I'd like to express my gratitude for the cooperation today. We've made decisions, and there is a common statement on the strategic partners between our states, and I am sure that all together, all our partners, we can make Russia respect us, respect our Europe, respect our people. Glory to Ukraine. Statement by the President of Czech Republic.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, thank you for inviting your country. This is my second visit since the beginning of full-scale Russian aggression against your country, and I have to say that I am really proud that I stand here as a friend and partner to Ukraine. Yesterday, as mentioned, I visited Odessa region, and I met with the governors of the 3 regions, Odessa, Mykolaiv and Kherson. I also had a chance to talk to a representative of Ukrainian Navy, and I was very grateful to receive very open and detailed information on the situation on the ground, and also about our assistance that Czech Republic provided to the region. This morning I visited a children's hospital here in Kyiv that was hit last year by Russian missile, and I saw the level of devastation caused by that attack, and my probably the strongest emotion from that visit was, what can you think about a country and its military that is deliberately attacking hospitals, medical facilities, or even marked ambulances? How can you deal with such a country? As President Zelensky mentioned, we have attended also a ceremony at Moshchun to pay tribute to all the heroes who helped to save Kyiv and, in fact, the whole Ukraine. I believe that these heroes, like other heroes elsewhere in Ukraine, have been keeping your country strong and standing tall. After 3 years of Russian unprovoked aggression, we are now witnessing a turbulent development. I am here to confirm to President Zelensky and to all Ukrainians that Czechia continues to stand firmly on your side. Nowadays, we hear a lot of talking about a ceasefire, and frankly, it seems more within the reach. And I am certain that no one wants the killing and the devastation to stop more than the Ukrainians themselves. But any ceasefire must be a step towards a sustainable peace. The terms of that peace must be acceptable to and agreed by Ukrainians. We Czechs fully understand Ukraine's aspiration to make sovereign choices about the future and to live as a free society. Ukraine needs to receive guarantees that Russia will not attack again. That is our collective responsibility. Czechia is going to contribute its share. We are currently discussing our involvement in the coalition of willing. We are keen to continue with vital supplies to Ukrainian armed forces. And we are leading the way in transferring military production to Ukraine. Three projects that I have announced during my last visit here in 2023 have already been put in practice. I also wish to highlight Czech humanitarian and reconstruction efforts, focusing on frontline areas and the Dnipropetrovsk region. We focus on energy, water treatment and healthcare. What I would like to stress with regard to the European Union, we clearly see Ukraine as a part of a European family. And I'm here to support you on your part to the EU, both bilaterally and in Brussels. We also encourage all our allies and partners not to put a question of Ukrainian membership in NATO off the table, because it is clearly the strongest and also the cheapest guarantee of future peace. There is no doubt that the relations between Czechia and Ukraine have reached the level of strategic partnership. And as mentioned, I am also happy that we came to an agreement on a joint statement. The document lays out the guiding principles of our future cooperation, as well as its formats and the various initiatives. I am convinced that if we stay together, we will eventually prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear journalists. Now it's time for your questions. We will start with We Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome you. The first question will be to you. You've mentioned the issue of the negotiations in Saudi Arabia, and Ukrainian journalists have the question, shall the Ukrainians await the signature of the agreement or a certain treaty after the meeting in Riyadh that will happen this Monday? We understand that this will be a technical level meeting, not political level meeting. So will there be a person sent from our delegation who would be empowered to do it? If no, do you see the need to call for another meeting on the more serious political level? Do you see the need to conclude such an agreement, and in which format? And thank you so much, Mr. President. Question to you. You mentioned that you've been in Odessa yesterday, but please, if you would, could you please elaborate on the details? Did you see the attack? Were you there when the attacks were? More than 18 explosions witnessed the residents of Odessa. Do you see Putin being ready for the ceasefire and sticking to the ceasefire if the ceasefire is arranged? Thank you.
You want to answer?
If I...
Okay. Thanks so much.
Ukraine, since the very beginning, supported the position of the United States of America on unconditional silence, unconditional ceasefire. Why? Because then you don't need to have 10, 20 meetings on the technical level to discuss the conditions. There are unconditional things, and I believe that that would be a faster option, but we will not be against any format, any steps towards the unconditional ceasefire. The first step can be, and this is why we have a technical level meeting, it can be silence in the sky, or the conditions that President Trump have discussed with me by the phone. He conveyed to me what they have discussed with Putin. So not to strike with long-range weaponry, the energy facilities and other civilian infrastructure. There are questions on other civilian infrastructure. What is the quantity of the facilities? Which exactly? So I believe that our technical team will be ready to be prepared with the list of civilian facilities and the accesses where we see it, because I cannot tell you on how this meeting will end, because we see the technical teams. I think it would be good if the meeting ends with some result that can bring us closer to the full ceasefire. And it is on this that result will depend on this. Do the Russians really want it, or they just pretend to want it? We do want it, and our team will be present on quite high level, very professional people. There will be also a Minister of Defense separately, and I think that we'll be ready to be very fast and very substantial. And I think that there are no issues to Ukrainian team. Thank you.
To my part of the question, we have left Odessa by train about 20 minutes before the first explosions were heard. It was not pushed by this incident. We were there in a planned time frame, so it was just a coincidence. But what I take out of it is that one has to be truly cynical when declaring the will to have a peace negotiation or negotiations on ceasefire, and at the same time to launch a massive attack on civilian infrastructure. It's extremely difficult to deal with such a party, and that's why I believe that we have to clearly point to these events to demonstrate how Russia approaches these talks with what kind of responsibility, and we have to be very cautious about any potential agreement.
Наступне запитання.
Next question, check TV, please. Czech television. I'd like to ask, this war has shown that it is crucial not only for Ukraine. Mr. President addressed the projects that you managed to implement. Which projects did you plan to do this year?
Ammunition or small arms, but when we look at the level of expertise that Ukrainian armed forces are achieving within this conflict, it is very obvious that Ukrainian military will be the most experienced in Europe, beyond Russian military, obviously. But for us, what it means is that if we talk about joint ventures, it will always be a mutually beneficial endeavor. On one hand, we can assist Ukraine to produce sufficient volumes, but Ukraine can provide us with real battle experience, with the experience of tactics that proved to be very efficient in current combat, but also in the area of technologies that Ukrainian experts developed over this very short period of time that are very efficient and cheap and easy to produce, or easier than highly sophisticated Western equipment. So in that sense, we can really learn from each other and gain from cooperation on both sides.
I understand.
Was there a question to me?
Let's continue.
Наступне запитання.
The next question, News Live, please. Greetings, Mr. President. Elena Halik, News Live. Next week there is a meeting to take place in Paris. Could you please elaborate on the details on the negotiations within the frame of Coalition of the Willing? And there was some information that some countries do not want to send military contingents and want to pass this mandate to the UN. Do you have any information on this? And Mr. President, my question to you, will Czechia send military contingents to Ukraine? The boots on the ground. Thank you. The next week we have a bilateral meeting with Mr. President Emmanuel Macron. There are many things to discuss. I hope that we'll have a positive result of this meeting. Apart from that, there will be an important summit, we can call it like that, of the Coalition of the Willing. Indeed, we will be discussing the security guarantee strategy for Ukraine after the end of the war and the prevention of the second wave, or one could say third wave of the occupation from Russian Federation and their aggressive actions. We're speaking about the military contingents. We will be also discussing how to support Ukrainian army and how this infrastructure of the contingents will look like, where, how many people they're ready to send, who is ready to be part of the Coalition of the Willing, and it's absolutely understandable because each country has its own objective or subjective reasons. I would also want that after a meeting among the countries who are ready or not sure, there will definitely be serious representative level of representation among those countries. I would like to come out of there with some precise things. We've spoken with Emmanuel about the agenda of our meeting as regards the United Nations. With all the respect, United Nations will not defend us against the occupation or Putin's desire to come again. We do not see UN as an alternative to the contingent or security guarantees. We support the reasonable, logical relationship with the United Nations, and I mean with the representatives, with the Secretary General, etc. But United Nations cannot be an alternative to the security guarantees. Because UN will not have any mandate to defend Ukraine, shall Putin come again with war? So there is the question whether the contingents will have such mandate. Still, there is no answer to that, but undoubtedly when there are understandable forces, the air defense, the vessels, the aircraft, and serious army, and real intelligence and reconnaissance of our partners here in Ukraine, undoubtedly to go against such infrastructure, it is very dangerous for the Ruskies. Will Russians be afraid of the United Nations? With this war, they breached everything. So I do not think that they'll be afraid. Which is why we do not consider the alternative. The help with the Coalition of the Willing. We are ready to discuss that.
I will only add, first, I cannot speculate on expected outcomes of next meeting in Paris. It's still in the process, as you heard. But when it comes to Coalition of Willing, I personally see it as a group of countries willing to act, not just talk. That's why I expect concrete results. Yesterday there was a meeting of chiefs of defense in London, whose primary purpose was to talk about modalities of potential military presence in Ukraine. and Czech Republic is ready to be part of that negotiation. And if there is finally a decision to create such a force, I truly believe the Czech Republic would be part of it.
Thank you. Please, last question from Czech Radio.
Martin Dorazín, Český rozhlas. Já bych poprosil upřesnit tu odpověď pana prezidenta.
I'd like to clarify the question of Mr. President Pavel that he has just provided on the participation of Czechia in the potential mission in Ukraine. How should this look like? And Mr. President Zelensky, I'd like to ask you to answer on the question on what role will be not only diplomatic and economical, but also military role, and on the monitoring of the ceasefire in Ukraine.
It's really difficult to identify military presence and the mandate before the negotiations actually started. So first we must have an agreement about military presence. Then we have to discuss the mandate for the mission and the composition of it. You heard the figure 10,000 recently, we heard 20,000. I think it's really so fresh that it's not possible to identify the sizes of national contingents. Again, based on mandate, we will have serious expert debates how to construct such a contingent and which country can contribute with the best piece to the puzzle so that the contingent is efficient. It is really premature to talk about it right now.
Thank you. I did not fully understand your question because you are speaking about monitoring of peace. But let us get there in the first place, because you say that there is a need to monitor the end of the war, but we're speaking about the first step. And this is why the teams will be meeting, to monitor the ceasefire, because Russia permanently violates it, even before the agreement to end the war. But of course,
we're listening here to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making a joint statement with the president of the Czech Republic. But I want to bring you out to some breaking news and a live image that we're getting right now out of Joint Base Andrews. Take a look at this. An American who has been held by the Taliban for the last 2 years is finally back home on U.S. soil, being greeted by his family members. George Glesman, who you just saw deplane from that jet, was an airline mechanic from Atlanta. He is the third American detainee to be released by the Taliban since January. He was seized by the Taliban's intelligence services in December of 2022 and was designated by the U.S. government as wrongfully detained in the following year. In a statement, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Glesman was on his way back to the United States to be reunited with his wife, Alexandra, and praised Qatar for, quote, steadfast commitment and diplomatic efforts that he said were instrumental in securing George's release. I just want to bring up the audio for a little bit. Maybe we can hear some of the comments. Possibly not, because we are on a tarmac, but let's just see for a sec. All right, effectively no audio coming in from this live picture, and we do see that it's buffering a bit. Of course, service, the signal, it can be kind of tricky when you're talking about being at an airport. But I want to continue on with some more that Secretary of State Rubio was saying in regards to this release. Hopefully the picture does start up again. It is frozen at the moment, but Secretary Rubio is saying, quote, George's release is a positive and constructive step, and also a reminder that other Americans are still detained in Afghanistan. President Trump will continue his tireless work to free all Americans unjustly detained around the world. Glesman was being accompanied back to the U.S. through Qatar's capital, Doha, by someone who has been handling hostage issues for President Trump's administration. That's Adam Bowler. He may be making some statements or remarks. Let's watch.
How does it feel to be back on U.S. soil?
amazed. You know, I feel like born again. God, I have no words, but anyways, I'm in debt with the President Trump. Amazing, you know. Thank God he's in the White House where he's at, and thank God he got me out. Marco Rubio, Mike Waltz, Adam Boehler. I'm in debt with everybody that was involved in this situation because they got me home. A free American individual, free from the hands of these people that abducted because of my U.S. passport, basically. And I'm just thankful. I got no words to express my gratitude for my liberty, my freedom.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
George Glesman there with no words really to express his gratitude and what he feels like landing now back into the U.S. after being held in Afghanistan. He is now 66 years old, and he was traveling in Afghanistan as a tourist at the time of his abduction and has visited more than 100 countries as part of his passion for exploring different cultures, according to a profile on the website by the Foley Foundation, which is an organization that advocates for the release of Americans detained by foreign countries. The release of Glesman is part of what the Taliban has previously described as the normalization of ties between the U.S. and Afghanistan following that chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan back in 2021. Most countries still do not recognize the Taliban's rule. Glesman's release follows a separate deal arranged in January in the final days of the Biden administration and also mediated by Qataris that secured the releases of Ryan Colbert and William McKenty. Let's bring up the audio one more time. Maybe we can hear some more of what Glesman is saying.
My family, the Delta Airlines, my family, they've been with my wife from day one, doing the impossible to get me out with the government. Lots of gratitude for my company. And I made this the day I was leaving in my cell.
Can you explain anything of your ordeal, how you experienced things over there, and did you ever have any doubts or ever give up hope?
Yes, of course. Of course, you lose hope as time goes by and nothing happens. But then hope comes back and goes away. Yeah, it's just the mind games they play with you and all that. But you know, at the end, I'm home. Thanks to the government, thanks to Delta, thanks to my lovely wife that she's the one that didn't lose hope. Thank you guys very much.
Glesman there expressing gratitude to Delta Airlines. Remember, he is an airline mechanic. He calls Delta his airline. On Thursday, it was Afghanistan's foreign ministry that confirmed Glesman's release on humanitarian grounds in a statement saying that, quote, the Islamic Emirate again reaffirms its long-standing position that dialogue, understanding, and diplomacy provide effective avenues for resolving all issues. President Biden did contemplate before he left office an earlier proposal that would have involved the release of Glesman and other Americans, one of them remaining detained in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. But then President Biden told families during a call in January that he would not stop supporting trading Rahim unless the Taliban released Mahmoud Habibi, an Afghan-American businessman who worked as a contractor for a Kabul-based telecommunications company. So we are just taking a look here at this live image there in Joint Base Andrews. We are seeing this return of an American that was held in Afghanistan, detained by the Taliban back in 2022. Finally, he is back on U.S. soil. And we do see that, once again, the signal a bit spotty there on the tarmac, but we wanted to get this live image in for you all. It is happening at the moment. It's a big story that we have been following for several years. And again, serving as a reminder that other Americans continue to be detained in foreign countries and how the government continues to work to bring them back home here into the U.S. This particular story regarding George Glesman, an airline mechanic from Atlanta, the third American detainee to be released by the Taliban since January. You see him there posing with family and friends. We're going to step away for our first commercial break of this hour. We'll continue with more of your breaking news stories and live events when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this breaking news story, as well as a live image that we're getting out of Joint Base Andrews. So we have been showcasing as George Glesman making some statements to the camera there, landing back on U.S. soil. Now, after being detained by the Taliban and held in Afghanistan for about 2 years. He was traveling through the country as a tourist. Now, he was released in a deal with the Trump administration that Qatari negotiators helped broker, and that announcement was made just yesterday by the State Department. George Glesman, an airline mechanic from Atlanta, being the third American detainee to be released by the Taliban since January. He was seized by the Taliban's intelligence services in December of 2022 and was designated by the U.S. government as wrongfully detained the following year. In a statement, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Glesman was on his way back to the U.S. to be reunited with his wife, Alexandra, and praised Qatar for a steadfast commitment and diplomatic efforts that he said were instrumental in securing George's release. We are seeing a caravan of law enforcement vehicles there ready to pick up Glesman as well as his family, who was there to greet him at the tarmac as soon as he arrived. Now, when he did land, he stepped off of that plane. We saw him embracing his family, his friends. You can see him here taking videos, a very emotional moment as he is finally back home on U.S. soil after being detained. Let's just watch this picture for a moment. All right, so we just wanted to keep this live look up here because it's a big deal, a historic moment here when we talk about an American who has been released after being detained by the Taliban for a couple of years. A lot of emotions running high. As we did hear from George Glesman moments ago, he really has no words to describe how he feels to finally be back on U.S. soil. Originally, he's from Atlanta. He is an airline mechanic, and you also heard him there saying thank you to Delta Airlines. Thank you to all of the negotiators, the mediators. We know that the Trump administration, the U.S. government as a whole, and they have been working very closely with officials over in Qatar to make sure that George Glesman finally makes it back here. An emotional day as he is greeting all of his family members, giving them big hugs, speaking there with others who are no doubt excited to see him be returned here back home. Now, Glesman now is 66 years old, and he was in Afghanistan just about 2 years ago in 2022 as a tourist at the time of his abduction. Now, an avid traveler, from what we know, he has visited more than 400 countries as part of his passion for exploring different cultures. And that's according to a profile on the website of the Foley Foundation, which is an organization that advocates for the release of Americans detained by foreign countries. Now, the release of Glesman, part of what the Taliban has previously described as the normalization of ties between the U.S. and Afghanistan, following the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan back in 2021. Now, most countries still don't recognize the Taliban's rule in that country. So we just wanted to linger on this for a little bit. We want to make sure that we hear any comments that George Glesman makes after finally landing back here. So let's just bring up the audio a bit. I could see that some folks, reporters on the grounds, they do have microphones. It's possible we can hear some of those remarks. So let's continue to listen. All right, George Glesman there posing for a photo on the tarmac after deplaning, finally back on U.S. soil after being